Hola, yuppie everybody, good evening. I hope everyone's doing well. Oh gosh. I'm a bit late today, sorry about that. I had off today. It's like a holiday, so I was a bit more relaxed today. Also, oh man, tonight I'll probably be might be a little bit sadder than usual or a little bit easier to make cry, let's see. Or easier emotional. I finished Yakuza 6 just this afternoon, so I have all mainline Yakuzas done. And I left Yakuza 6 feeling big sad, so I'm gonna be clapped with double sads today. Woo! Isn't that fun? Okay, also, sorry if I sound a little bit off today. I still have my cold. Like, it's better, but I'm still prone to headaches, so... And I can't be yelling a lot, so... my throat still gets riled up easily, so I'm trying to be careful. So, okay, without further ado, let me just start already. And quick recap as usual before we start. Okay, so in the last stream, Kinzo came into the dining room, started shooting people, summoned demons, including my man, summoned a new demon in Gap. But Kirie and Kraus survived, along with Shannon, Kanon, and I believe Nanjo. Genji died right away. Kumasawa and Goda went running to the kids. And now Kinzo's like, okay, I will test my grandchildren to see if they're worthy of being the successor. And now the kids also know that their parents are in trouble and they are preparing themselves for battle. So without further ado, let's begin. And let's see how far I'll get today. Wait, I think it's a little bit louder. There we go. And I started blasting. Probably Kinzo. Oh man, Kinzo. Thanks, man. Also, hi Zephyro. Hope you're doing well. I am not 100% merely for the reason because I finished Yakuza 6 and I'm sad. Good game though. I can pet cats in that game. 実に有料な物件だよ。Kiria chuckled softly. They had no music could make, but she had calmed just a little. さながらここは Kraus and Kiria are an interesting combination. Also, hold up. I need to close my window. It's kind of getting cold, even though it's like sunny outside still. Don't want to make my cold worse, so just close the window so that I don't get cold. 打つ手はもはやありませんか。まだよ。諦めるには早いわ。思考の停止は鼓動の停止に同じよ。だな。Good to, okay, good to hear. チェスの駒置き場に意味はないが、将棋ならば大きな意味を持つこともある。駒置き場の一枚の歩が相手にプレッシャーを与えることだってあるはずだ。God, I tried to get a blanket of sorts. No, come on. There we go. Man, I'm ill prepared. Sorry about that. なるほど。しかし、この鉄格子はどうしようも。私たちにはね。でも。ここの場所を特定し、合田さんに連絡することができれば、助けに来てもらうことはできるかも。なるほど。しかし合田さんに危険を強いることになりますな。Why are we using Goda as a shield? 成人男性が不在になるゲストハウスのお子さんたちも不安です。
リスクを恐れるなら事態が好転するまで塩漬けにするのも悪くない。もっとも損切りを恐れれば紙切れ同然になるかもしれんがね。我々の命がだが。
親の子犬もね、私たちで何とかするからおとなしくしていなさいって偉そうに電話して、その下の根も乾かないうちに助けを求めるなんて。
I think Kraus is the only parent I haven't really seen so far interact with their kid. There isn't many moments with Jessica, is there?
実に格好悪いわね。
この後に及んではくだらんプライドなどとっくに紙切れだ。
I know Kiria has issues with Battler, but when she's talking to him, she is like reasonable. At least thus far. But probably her priority is Anje than anything. Which would make sense. It's her kid with Rudolph. So she's probably like her little baby.
知恵を絞ろうじゃないか。ここはどこなんだ。本当に食堂の真下なのだろうか。
I haven't really seen Kraus interact with Jessica much.
それとも屋敷とは異なる別の場所だろうか。
Kraus, Kiri, and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Kanon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence. Why is he squatting by the bars? Oh, but well, Kanon, you're in jail. Just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him, and they both squatted down together.
気配は感じるの？
Not yet.
こちらに意識は向けていないけれど、比較的近くに誰かいる。
Oh?
それは人間？
ヤギたちだと思う。
Oh, the goats, I see.
あいつらの吐息は実に賑やかだよ。
That makes sense. Kanon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Kanon's ears.
捕まっちゃったね。
珍しいよ。殺されないで捕まるなんて。
Slav Kanon, oh no! When I heard squatting, I imagined the bunny girl meme. Actually, I don't know that one.
今回はベアトリーチェ様がお越しにならないし、親方様が書斎を出られるし、何が何だかわかんないね。
わかるさ。何が起ころうと変わろうと、すべてあの魔女の気まぐれと余興。結果は何も変わらないのさ。
今回は黄金鏡に行けるかな。
さあね。
This time, are they aware?
僕たちは脱落率が高いから。
そういえば、二人で第一の番を生き延びたのってずいぶん珍しいね。
Oh, they are aware. Oh shit.
始まってるのに、こうして二人でお話できるなんて、なんだかすごく珍しい気がする。
そうかもね。でも、それもまた魔女の余興だろうさ。僕たちがいつもすぐに脱落するから、今度は少し生き延びさせて、からかってやろうくらいにしか思ってないよ。
また、黄金鏡にはたどり着けないのかな。
Man, okay, these two are aware.
下手な期待を持つと、またつけ込まれる。
そうだね。前回はカノン君がつけ込まれたもんね。
僕はバカだ。
Yep, they know, they know. Kanon made a sour look and turned his head. Sour, sorry. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder. Okay, then that makes sense why Shannon, in the second game and onwards, accepted George's ring much more quickly, right? Like, in the first game, she was like, let me think, and then turns up dead. And in game 2, she takes it immediately. But to be fair, that one game was where she had more initiative. In the third one, I don't remember if she had set to the ring or not. I think she did.
でもお嬢様が無事でよかったね。
第一の番を逃れただけさ。
Jessica, yeah.
それ以降の番により無残な方法で殺されるのを待たされているだけかもしれない。それを言ったら姉さんこそジョージ様が無事でよかったじゃないか。二人で黄金鏡にたどり着けるといいね。
ありがとう。同じことをカノン君とお嬢様にも。
僕は期待はしてないよ。
That's so cute. I guess furnitures can transcend fragments. It would make sense if they could.
姉さんの言う通りだ。あの魔女はご褒美をぶら下げて相手が右往左往するのを見て楽しんでるだけなんだ。どうせ誰も黄金鏡に行けやしない。僕がお嬢様と黄金鏡にたどり着きたいと願ってしまったなら、あいつはそれこそ面白がって絶対に僕たちをたどり着かせたりはしないさ。
そうだね。ベアトリーチェ様はより面白くなるように生贄の順番を考えてる。
無作為に選んでるなんて大嘘だ。あのペテン師魔女め、どうせ黄金鏡にたどり着けばあらゆる願いが叶うなんてのも嘘っぱちに決まってる。
そんなことはないよ。黄金鏡は素晴らしいところだよ。
Have you been there?
行ったことあるの？
ちょっぴりだけね。
In episode 3, right? Like at the
それ
ending?
すらもベアトリーチェ様の戯れだったのだろうけど。
Let's see.
どんなとこなのそこ？
うん、素晴らしいところだよ。うまく説明できない。安らかな夢の中みたいな世界。
バラが咲き乱れてて美しい蝶が舞ってるような極楽みたいな感じ。
そういう具体的なイメージのところじゃないの。本当に夢の中みたいなところなの。そこにいるときはとても穏やかで安らかで、いつまでも眠ってることを許されてる。まるで休日の早朝のお布団の中みたいな感じ。
Oh, wait a minute. Is this when she was like in the land of the dead?
カーテンの隙間から日が差してきて、そろそろ起きないと思うんだけど、今日は休日だから起きなくてもいいんだって気づいて、もう一回お布団の中に潜り込む時みたいな。
This sounds like the place where George went to get her in episode 3.
僕なら損したと思うな。休日なのに勘違いして起き出すなんて姉さんくらいだ。それで
そこにいた時はね、満たされててとても穏やかだった。
So you're basically saying the Golden Land is death.
でも元の世界に戻ってくると、つい直前までそこにいたはずなのに、ついさっきまで見ていた夢が思い出せないのによく似てる。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people don't remember being dead.
でもとっても穏やかで静かな世界だったことだけは覚えてるの。
Yep, that sounds like death.
それだけ？なんだあいつが偉そうに言う黄金鏡なんて大したことないな。
That's one way to view
な
it.
んでも願いが叶う場所だと思
Shonen,
って
I
た
think
の
you
に。
reach heaven and not the Golden Land. Yeah, that sounds pretty much like it.
その通りだよ。何でも願いが叶う場所。少し違うかもしれない。何も願わなくてもいい場所が正解かもしれないね。
It's okay, Sharon, you can say you were dead.
例えばカノン君が寒くて上着が欲しいと願った時、上着をもらえればとても幸せなことだけど、そもそも暖かい部屋にいられたなら上着が欲しいなんて願う必要さえもないでしょ。黄金鏡はそういうところなの。大抵の願いは願う必要さえなくなる。全てから解放された何もかもが穏やかな世界なの。与えられて幸せという概念さえも超越した全てから解放された世界。 とでも言えばいいのかな。
Fucking the golden land is oblivion, I see.
なんだか宗教っぽい世界だな。
Doesn't it?
そしてそこでは全てが平等なの。意志ある存在は全てが平等。人間も家具も魔女もない。そこでの私は誰とも対等で公平。
I still want that jacket. Are you sure?
もう家具だからと何も自分を恥じる必要がない。全ての人間とも、そして魔女とさえ対等な本当に幸せな世界だったの。うまく思い出せないけど、そこでは私ベアトリーチェ様とさえ対等な関係で良い友達でいられた気がする。
あの魔女がいるならろくな理想郷じゃないよ。
Damn, that's rude.
で、その幸せな黄金郷に姉さんはジョージ様と一緒に行きたいわけだ。おかしな話だね。黄金郷は全てが満ち足りた理想郷なわけでしょ。ジョージ様がいなくても十分に満たされてそうだけど。
黄金鏡はね、とても穏やかで安らかで全てが対等で公平だけれど、幸せだけ実は抜けてるの。
Okay.
幸せな世界じゃないの？
もちろん安らかで穏やかで公平というだけですごい幸せな世界だよ。
But it's not perfect,
で
huh?
もそれは例えるなら全ての悩みというマイナスから解放された
Oh my god.
ゼロの世界なの。人の世はマイナスで満ちてるから、もちろんゼロというのはものすごい幸福なわけだけど贅沢だよね。それはこういう感じ。穏やかな休日の朝の最愛の人も隣にいてくれて手を握っててくれたなら、もっともっと素敵な幸せになれるみたいな。ごめん、姉さんは例えが下手くそだね。バカだから。
つまり姉さんにとっての最高の幸せとはジョージ様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことってわけだ。
I see.
そしてきっとカノン君にとってはお嬢様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことだよ。
This is making me sad. Basically, you're saying you want to die.
公平な世界で
From my
二人
understanding,
は
at,
悩み
at
から
that
解
is.
放されなんだかおかしな宗教を吹き込まれてるみたいだ。僕はもっとこう俗物的な魔法の薬を与えられると人間に生まれ変われるとか、そういう感じの世界を想像してたよ。
行けばわかるよ。ベアトリーチェ様が本当に気まぐれな方なら、いつかきっとカノン君にも垣間見させてくれるに違いない。そうすれば姉さんの例えがよくわかるようになるから。
I wonder when that will be.
ま、過剰な期待はしないことにしとくよ。いずれにせよ今回の僕たちはこれでゲームオーバーみたいだし、別の機会に期待するさ。
そうだね。おかしな期待を持つとベアトリーチェ様にまたつけ込まれる。何も考えずただ運命に身を任せるのが私たちには一番かもしれない。
僕たちはただチェスの駒であればいいんだ。何を考えても考えなくてもどうせ魔女のチェス盤からは逃れられない。後のお役目はどういびり殺されるかただ待つことだけさ。
Oh
そ
boy.
んな僕らに黄金鏡の夢なんて虚しすぎる。
そうだね。ごめん。
Man, Kanon is so depressing. Kanon shrugged his shoulders and told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, then distancing himself from her. Let's be NPCs? No! Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Kanon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in the corner by herself. Oh man, Kanon. Why are you like this? At that moment, Kanon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to strange sound.
どうしたの？
旦那様、誰か来ます。
何？
They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while they couldn't hear anything, but eventually they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking.
おいでなすったわね。
年貢の納め時かさもなくな。最初で最後のチャンスか。
私が金蔵さんと話しましょう。なんとかここの場所を聞き出してみます。
期待してるわ。
During the last phone call, Kiria had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kiria had learned that it was the same as her watch, and she learned that their watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the wall in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Golda's, had matched. If that was the case, then it had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they had been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Then were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall. Sorry, bro, got to revive my babe. Oh no! All that they could do was pray that Nanja could find out where this was.
来ます。多分人数は4人。親方様並びに食堂に姿を現したうちの3人かと。
もう十分だ。君も後ろに下がりたまえ。あとは私たちで応対する。
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないけど電話のところに座ってもらえる？
In case
ス
something
カートで
happens.
電話を隠して。
はい。
The shuffling came close, and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, striking the walls with sharp razor-like shadows. I wonder if this was actually like a pitfall, that the people in the dining hall maybe died by like hitting their heads or something. Oh, but then their corpses would be here. That doesn't make sense, sorry. The bar-sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes. It was Kinzo, Ronove, Virgili, and Gap. My man! Hello! That's him looking at me. That's my vision when I'm in horny jail.
皆様、ご静粛に。
ゴールドスミス？
親父殿のペンネームだ。怪しげな魔導書を書くとき、そういう名を署名しているようだ。
金蔵を英語風に？
Apparently?
それならゴールドウェアハウスが正しいんじゃないの？
Are you lecturing me in English?
ウェアハウスは倉庫、ただ溜め込むに過ぎぬ。しかし私は金を生み出し、細工し、さらに価値を高めるのだ。
Cool.
スミスの方がよりふさわしいと思わんかね。
確かに無駄口を失礼しました。
金蔵さん、これはどういうこと？
Goldsmith rival is Woodsmith. Oh.
ここは一体どこなんだ？
おや、我が友よ、思い出せんかね。さすがにその牢の中に入った経験はないだろうが、この廊下を歩いた記憶はあるはずだ。
Okay.
まさか。
Do tell.
心当たりがあるの？
いや、しかし考えられない。第一、私たちは落とし穴に落ち、しかもほんの数分でここに閉じ込められたのですぞ。そんなことは物理的に、距離的にありえない。
Mm-hmm.
人間にはね。
Hello!
お父さん、ここは屋敷ですか？屋敷にこんな地下があったとは。
Oh, is this like close by that one where the gold is? Kinzo, I remember the days when we joked in the dungeon jail, but I didn't think it will happen to me. Oh no.
お前たちがその存在をささやき、
Okay, I want to know
何
what
度
this
か私の
jail is
後を
about.
つけ回して探ろうともしたではないか。それがここだよ。いや、正確にはそこの地下 というべきか。
まさかここはクワドリアンの地下ですか？
Quadorian. Okay.
ご検察の通りです。こちらはクワドリアンの地下でございます。
Okay. Explain.
クワドリアン、まさか噂の親父殿の隠し屋敷なのか。
Oh, that mansion. Okay, I
本
got
当に
it.
実在したのか。
Where Beato was being kept.
我
I
が
see.
最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェのためだけに築いた屋敷である。
You sure?
地上部分は美しき上品な屋敷なのであるが、そこを案内できず実に残念に思うぞ。
こんな牢屋があるお屋敷で二人きりなんて素敵ね。どうもお父様とは性癖が合わないみたいよ。キリ
Roasted.
さん、無礼な発言はお控えになった方が賢明ですよ。
She's speaking the truth though.
でも同感よ。私も送られた屋敷にこんな力があったら100年の恋も冷めて金目のものだけいただいてとんずらするわ。
Gap is smart, huh?
おや、そういうご趣味はございませんか。てっきりキュンキュンしちゃうとばかり。
What do you mean?
もちろんキュンキュンしちゃうわよ。誕生日のプレゼントに首輪なんかもらっちゃったりしたらね。
Oh, okay.
ただしイケメンに限る。
But only if he's hot. Yeah, well, Kinzo isn't. That was kinda cute.
お静かに。首輪より猿靴輪が必要ですか？
Stop!
あら、あなたはそっちもいけちゃうの？
Stop with the rude jokes!
リアって
I'm
好き嫌いないのね。
勝手に人の名前を略さないでください。
Lee has a cute
や
name
か
though.
ましいぞ女たち。
Shh. You shut up,
お
Kinzo.
前たちも同じ牢に閉じ込められたいというのか。
Do you?
これは失礼いたしました、親方様。この牢体にこのような寒い牢獄では身が持ちませぬ。
Oh. Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gap and Ronove merely laughed together. It was like they thought that they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone tried to imprison them, it would be pointless.
牢とは捕らえ逃がさぬこと。それはすなわち生涯手放さぬとの強い意志と愛である。逃げても諦められる程度の女ならば愛を語るに値しない。鎖で縛ってでも逃がしたくないと思うほどに苦しくなる女。そこまでに至ってこそ我が生涯を捧げるに値する愛である。
You're kinda fucked up,
お
man.
前にそれを別れとは言わぬよ。
Now, I want everybody who's like Higurashi or Umineko characters Ayandere. Here's one. This is Ayandere, not the girls of
私
Higurashi.
は誰にも縛れない。縛られない。愛されたいんじゃないの。愛したいの。私もゴールドスミスと同じよ。だからよくわかるわ。あなたの愛の狂気。
You want to love but don't want to be
愛
loved,
と狂
okay?
気は紙一重というわけかね。実に旗迷惑な話だ。
しかしあっさり所在地が分かったのは大きいわ。詳しい経緯は後で聞くけど、南條先生はここをご存知なのね。
はい。そこの廊下がクワドリアンの地下通路ならば、あの先をまっすぐ行けば長い地下道になり、それをずっと歩けば屋敷に戻れるはずだ。
I see.
この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば屋敷に帰れるってことね。
Bruh, Kinzo is right there.
お父さん、私たちをどうするつもりですか？
Kill you.
すでに宣告した通り、お前たちは後の晩のための生贄である。 都合よく人数も5人。えぐりて殺す5人の人質にぴったりであろう。
Shouldn't it be 7?
なるほど。私たちも年貢の納め時というわけですか。
やがてはな。だが今はそのために訪れたのではない。安心せ。それに言ったはずだ。もしも孫たちの誰かが我が全てを継承するにふさわしいと認められたなら、この儀式は中断する。つまりお前たちは命拾いをするというわけだ。
Okay, so what happens now?
お子さんたちに何をするつもりですか？
Murder, probably.
次期当主にふさわしいかどうかテストを与える。その結果、私をうならせる者が一人でもいたならば儀式は中断する。
ふさわしい者がいなかったら子供たちはどうするつもりですか？
それを心配する必要はない。どうせ先に生贄とされるのはお前たちだ。その後のことなど知ったことではなかろうに、お前たちは自らの命運を自らの子供たちに委ねるのだ。お前たちが産み教え育ててきた結晶が子供たちだ。お前たちの命運を委ねるに実にふさわしい存在のはず。そう心配そうな顔をするなよ、クラウス。お前の自慢の100億の価値のある娘を信じろよ。
Oh boy.
まったくね。子供は親の結晶よ。親の命運を預けるにふさわしいわ。お父様にとってもね。
I appreciate that Kitty is roasting him. Good evening, Yuppie. Oh, hi, Kumamaru. How you doing?
肝の座った女だ。ルドルフにはもったいない。
I hear Kinzo's voice. I assume he's as insane as ever. Correct. As fucked up as
キ
ever.
リエさん、あまり挑発しない方がいい。
She doesn't care. She wants to rip his eyes out.
今は耐えよ。
そうね。どうせ私たちはまな板の上の恋よ。今さら何もできやしない。
私に対し威勢のいい口を叩くことはできるが嫌いではないぞ。そういう女は。ベアトリーチェも初めはそういう女だった。
Okay. Oh, is he about to start crying?
親方様、そろそろ本題を。さっきから脱線しまくりです。
おお、そうであったな。すまぬすまぬ我が友よ。それでは本題に入ろう。そのために電話を用意しておいたのだ。
Okay.
シャノン、知恵が回るな。もう隠さなくてもよいぞ。それは私が用意させたのだ。
失礼いたしました。
Shannon quickly withdrew herself and the telephone was revealed.
クラウスよ。ゲストハウスの孫たちに電話をかけるがよい。そして我がテストを、試練の始まりを彼らに告げるのだ。
None of emotion for Kraus to pick up the receiver.
嫌だと言ったら。
ほほう。取引の余地がどこにあるというのか。お前が電話をせぬというなら、孫たちにはチャンスさえも与えぬ。後ろ宮家はこれにて終わり。お前たちは直ちに生贄だ。
But won't you like fuck up the ceremony right that
直ち
way?
に生贄なら幸運よ。あなたたちの眼前で子供たちを先に生贄にされた方が辛いと思うけれど。
生贄の順番は親方様が決めます。勝手なことを言わないように。
リア、今私の名前を縮めようとして詰まったでしょ。
Oh,
してません。
oh.
だから勝手に人の名前を略さないように。
I feel like these two get along very well.
女は実に
かしましいですな。
Don't be like that. Alright, let's see. Are they gonna call the kids? The world 12 years later. Okay, so we're back to the future. Let's see. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. He has a son? Oh yeah, right, he does. This aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different.
わざわざお越しくださり誠に申し訳ないのですが、特にお話しすることはありません。
You don't look soft, I don't like this. Nanjo's son said that very indifferently.
あの島の事故がワイドショーなどで非常に不謹慎に取り上げられて以来、後ろ宮市の主治医であり友人でもあった父にも大変心外な関心が多数寄せられました。そのいずれもが何の根拠もなく、また
You'd be like,
父の
he
それまでの業
fucked?
績を汚すものでした。
Yes, indeed. Apparently he did, but he mentioned his son like in episode 3 or something, like having a child. Also, hello, babe.
私はそれら全てについて未だに強く憤慨しています。
無理もないことと思います。私も同じようなものですので、私など6つの時から延々です。
そうでしたね。これは失礼。
The doctor finally remembered that Anje was also a victim who had been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
そんなあなたなら当時の件にもう関わりたくないという私、あれは不幸な事故でした。それを事件だと騒ぎ立てたがるのは無責任なテレビと雑誌だけです。彼らの態度には心底うんざりさせられますよ。
I come from the Yakuza 6 already being tired from the media, and now I have to be tired from the media a second time. Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiromiya Kinzo's new friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son as well, a surviving relative, as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly.
お気持ちよくわかります。私生活に至るまで監視を受け、プライバシーも肖像権も、果ては人権さえも認められてたかわからない、そのやり場のないお怒り、よくお察しできます。だからこそ私の人生をここまで台無しにしたあの事件は一体何だったのか。それでここへ来ました。私もあなたと同じ当事者です。雑誌記者でもインタビュアーでもありません。そこを誤解しないでください。私は道楽でこんなところまで来たんじゃない。私を見下すのもいい加減にしてください。あの事件で狂わされた人生の傷跡比べをするならば、私とあなたでは比べ物にもならない。
Oh boy. Anja spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined what he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Anja's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable.
当時のことを思い出すのは苦痛でしょうが、ご存知のことがあったら何でも教えてください。もちろん口外はしません。私は私の人生に決着をつけるために、今日私は18です。あの事件は私の人生の12年を奪った。
Oof.
そしてこれからも奪い続けるでしょう。私は6歳のあの日からずっと暗闇に放り込まれたままなんです。そんな私でも知る権利がないとおっしゃるんですか？
いや、失敬。 たちの悪い連中ばかりが来ていたので、私もつい身構えてしまったようです。失敬したのをお詫びします。わかりました。他言無用を誓っていただけるなら何でもお話しします。
ありがとう先生。
Alright.
ではお願いします。何でも結構です。話してください。
知っての通り、父は後ろ宮市の主治医であると同時にチェスを通じた友人同士でもありました。その親交は後ろ宮市がロッケン島に移り住んできた当時からのとても長いものでした。
どのくらい仲が良かったのですか？
相当だったようです。チェスの縁で先方の屋敷に厄介になることも少なくなかったようです。私の口から言うのもなんだが、後ろ宮氏は非常に気難しい方でした。そして父はそんな人間と付き合うのに長けた非常におおらかな人だった。孤独な後ろ宮氏にとって稀な友人であったことは想像に難しくないでしょう。
当日は親族会議でした。後宮家の親族会議は資産やその運用などについて厳しく問われるさながら経営会議のようなものだったとされています。そのような席にまで出席を求められるほどに南條先生は信頼を得ていたわけですね。
Alright.
父は純朴な医師であり、後宮家のような富豪の財産運用について助言できるような立場にあったとは思えません。
He was a simple doctor who was also large and soft.
当時の後宮氏は健康状態が優れられなかったでしょうから、その買い添えとして呼ばれていたのでしょう。親友の父ならおそらく口も固く、親族会議上の秘密もきっと漏らさないと信頼されていたに違いない。
当時の後宮金蔵はかなり健康状態が悪かったのでしょうか？カルテが残っていたりはしますか？
事故の当日はカルテを持参していたのでしょう。後宮氏のカルテは残念ながらフォルダごと失われています。父のクラン家ですし、私も詳しいことは分かりません。
事件の前後、何か気になるようなことはありました？
あるにはあります。ですが非常に誤解を招きそうなのであまり言いたくはありません。
何ですか？それを教えてください。
What's it? For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Anja by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Anja swear herself to secrecy again, told her.
実はあの事故の数日後に私の自宅に郵便が届いたのです。
Okay.
郵便？
それはとても奇妙な郵便でした。差出人が私になっているのですが、それは身に覚えのないものでした。何者かが私の名を語って出したということです。宛先は北海道の礼文島。
Okay.
北方領土の話を抜きにすれば日本の最北端の島です。その宛先人がなんと礼文島の住所ではありますが、父の名前だったのです。
Oh.
しかし送付先住所が間違っているらしく、住所不明の付箋が貼られて差出人である私のところへ戻ってきたわけです。
It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he didn't mail the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Rebun Island, but the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
中身は何だ？
本当に他言無用でお願いします。私も非常に迷惑しているんです。かといって捨てるわけにもいかず。
The doctor stood up and faced a bookshelf. There was the packed group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago.
くれぐれも他言無用でお願いします。
Man, he's paranoid. Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened email envelope spilled out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. Hey Nanjo-san, if solve this epitaph. Oh my god. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Terumasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を
Nah.
あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に
父が何かの事情で事故を逃れ、私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。私も初めはその可能性を考えました。しかしこの封筒の送付先住所は存在しないのです。つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便なのです。
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は
Nah.
もちろん否定はできません。
Or maybe they did.
ですが、住所の番地を見る限り、どうもそうは思えないのです。
北海道礼文島礼文郡礼文町 1-2-34-567
Okay. Up until Rebun City it's fine, but I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 was a little insincere. It felt like a fake number that some kid had made up.
おそらく明らかに存在しない住所をデタラメに書いたのでしょう。この封筒は初めから存在せず届くはずのない住所に送付されたと考えるのが自然だと思います。
Mm-hmm. Okay, but even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, to best of its abilities, research to find out whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way from Ribbon Island. And on top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking that it had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery. I feel like some voice lines didn't make it in this mod. After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already open envelope. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. Then a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. The magnetic card was pitch black and had a gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. Oh, is this like the servant key? But of course I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief and only the following was written. 07151129. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known through Japan, as well as the word Central Branch. That was all.
これは
貸金庫のカードと鍵、そして暗証番号でした。それも普通の貸金庫ではない。
An unsettling one, okay. After he finished putting his affairs in order for his father's funeral, he had visited the bank. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he'd owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status, and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate, transcripts, and safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level.
私の使っている貸金庫の手続きと違い、カードと暗証番号、そして鍵を持っているならば本人確認は行われないというシステムでした。ですが、とにかく厳重な金庫室でその物々しさに怯えました。こんなところに預けざるを得ない、どんな物騒なものが待ち受けているのかと。
それで
カードをリーダーに通すと暗証番号の入力を求められました。そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、金庫室への入室が認められました。すごい光景でしたよ。まるで SF 映画のような世界だった。薄暗い銀色の広大な部屋にびっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
He had entered that room along with the clerk. Seemed that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had right to were determined. So that safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one.
A11 にはそれらの金庫のうちの一つを示すもの。ちなみにそれ以外の金庫にもずらりと緑ランプが点灯していました。20個以上はあったと思います。
20.
あるいは他の一角にももっとあったのかも。いずれにせよ、私の鍵は A11 にのみ。他の金庫の中身を確かめる術はありませんでしたが。
As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, the safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin case peeked out. That was carried into a separate room, where for the first time the clerk left and he was introduced to the
中身
contents.
は
現金でした。
Cash?
現金どれほど？
新札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから、多分1億はあったでしょう。
What?
数えたわけではないから分かりません。手すら触れませんでしたから、私はすぐに直感しました。これは危険な金だと。
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならないと直感しました。
それで一切手をつけなかった。
はい、そのまま施錠し直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が起こるかわからない。そのため誰にも内緒で12年もの間、あれが何の金だったのか私にも未だに分かりません。
この封筒をお借りすることはできますか？
いえ、この場で見るだけにしてください。
わかりました。ではちょっと失礼します。調べ物を。
Is she going to steal it? I took One-Nichan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-Nichan and compared the handwriting on both. There was no mistake about the characteristics of the handwriting. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. Oh! But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be?
ええ、そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな？
The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. Gee, he looks like a good, cute son. I'm happy for Kumasawa. But he had been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Anja mentioned it to him. After a bit of wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo's son's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. and the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yonaguni Island was the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number that had apparently been chosen without much care. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin and the bank's main branch written on it. She has a Kuma-san. Oh no! Good one. A magnetic card. A key with an attached number plate. The inscription of the number plate was A113. The number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely, inside the vault was some kind of a duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash.
死んだお袋がメイドから送ってきたような気がしてね。中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんで、ずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてたんですわ。
Did you? Sabakichi,
お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですかね。ひょっとして、あんたんとこにも同じものが？
どうしたんです？エンジ様。ウリュウ、頭痛？
Did you get something like that?
ごめん。頭が痛い。
知ってるって何を？まさかこの封筒エンジ様のところにも？
I've remembered. A strange envelope was sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the named recipient had been Shiromiya Rudolph, my father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got the letter I thought was from father, opened it up, and found a key in the card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, a note, with a pin inside the envelope.
ベアトリーチェ、これは何のつもりよ。あいつは全ての遺族にこんなふざけた金をばらまいたというの？死んだ後も愚弄するなんて許せない。
ウリュウ、エンジ。
Taktaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off a bit by bit.
ごめんなさい。ベアトリーチェ憎しは今に始まったことじゃないわ。あの6歳の日に、もうすでにあの魔女と縁があったことに驚きと怒りを感じただけよ。
この12年間、エンジ様はずっとベアトリーチェ様の呪縛に囚われてきた。これがそのまさに呪縛の証となるのかもしれません。ですが、どうかしっかりそれを打ち破るための旅でもあるはずです。
そうね。頭に血を上らせたって何の役にも立たないわ。
That's true,
冷静に
yeah.
考えなくちゃ。これはどういうことなの？遺族に1億円をばらまく意味は何？挑発だとでも言うの？ベアトリーチェめ。
エンジェ、落ち着いて。
As Taktaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking.
この封筒の送付はつまりベアトリーチェによる事件の計画性を裏付けるものかしら。
消印は親族会議の直前、そしてわざと時間をかけて返送されてくるように仕組まれている。
Oh, so this was like planned.
事件の後に届くようにしたかったということかな。
うん、そうなるわ。でも少し疑問もあるの。なぜこんな不確実な方法で？
不確実？
ねえ、だって何日で郵便が戻ってくるかなんて事前には想像もできないじゃない。
That's
郵送先の郵便局が調査し 送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて普通は想像もできない。
そういえばそうだね。ちゃんと到着の期日を決めて、そういう郵便で出した方が確実なのにね。ウリュウ。
Probably not to make any suspicions, huh?
まあでも、前日に投函したんなら、どんなに早く戻ってきても、きっと月曜日以降の到着になったでしょうし、死者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら。
死者からの手紙か。確かにね。あれは驚くし嫌な気持ちになるわよ。死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が物々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込まれているんだから。でも私は何か腑に落ちないわ。私だったら期日指定郵便にする。ひょっとしたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私にはどうしても理解できないの。ウリュウ、でも確かにそういうのベアトらしいかなって思う。
It's very like her to use convoluted methods, I guess.
え、あなたベアトのことわかるの？
ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど、でもベアトならこういうことをするかなってのがなんとなくわかるの。マモンもなんとなく想像がつかない？ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね。確かにそうかも。ベアドリージ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います。
Oh, true.
それだけじゃなくて、絶対確実な方法じゃなくて、ちょっぴり不確実な方法の方をベアトリーチェは面白がるの。
不確実な方法を面白がる？
I remember Marionettan's diary that described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beata sometimes played pranks on the adults' relatives with Maria, but those pranks always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. One day, Marionettan and Beata decided to use a wind-up mini car she had brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the mini car back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it would race forwards. They had wound up that mini car and set it behind the milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the mini car would jump forward and surprise whoever did it. Oh man! Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Beato had waited the adults from the shadows for their whole time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it, but no one moved the trapped milk jug, and the trap ended up in a misfire. When One-chan had then muttered we should have put it somewhere where it would have definitely caught someone, Beato apparently said this: "The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught, and even if anyone will get caught at all." It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. As Anja examined these, her gaze started from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. The wall! There, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. And she still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her light-hearted laugh. It's part of my distant memory, but I definitely remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady. Are we sure Beato is the golden witch and not the trickster witch? Good question! She does seem to like to play tricks a lot.
いや、いつも通りに見えたな。親族会議はピリピリするから辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
これは?
Among several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen.
ああ、それはお袋の形見分けでもらってきた写真ですわ。多分例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
Oh, is it the Epitaph?
魔女の碑文ですか。10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。熊沢さんも挑んでおられたんですね。でもこれは碑文じゃない。初めて見るものです。
There was an arch above the Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。あなたは1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。
Okay.
知らないわ。こんな文章、碑文にもお姉ちゃんの日記にも出てこない。
お袋の遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思われる写真やノートが結構出てきたんですわ。お袋も案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。なんでも10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。そりゃお袋も夢中になるはずですわ。
Man, I feel like he is very chill. He's probably one of the people who had a more chill life, or at least took things a little bit more chill after the incident. In both Marionne-chan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It had talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, and Beatrice's succession ceremony. On and on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part, about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Ushiromiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushiromiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the family head Kinzo had arranged for to choose his successor. But with the Maria Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial number. In both of the messages, bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found out theories like La Plata theory and the Enora theory in certain books. However, neither of those theories were conclusive.
他にも資料が
あると思うけど、兄弟で適当に分けたからな。誰が何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。申し訳ない。
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むと、めったに開かれない開かずの扉という印象を受ける。でもこれは屋敷のどこかしら。光の具合から屋外みたいだけど、熊沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
さあ、いずれにせよ六軒島の屋敷のどこかでしょうな。お袋の預金口座には残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
You're quite cheerful. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Roshiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. When my family died on that island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now, and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. I'm gonna I'm gonna boil some water for tea real quick. I'm gonna have to get up twice, but hold up. Alright. The water is getting boiled now, so I'm just having to wait until it's boiling. No one used the money. Apparently not. That's a great idea. I'm gonna go put the kettle on too. Yes, please stay hydrated. Keep your throats good. Make it kinzo hot. Oh no, that's too much. The last place Anje visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. There lived a man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rokenjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Captain Kawabata, huh?
あんた、まだこんなに小さかった。立派になったな。そして、さぞや辛かっただろう。お前さんの気持ち、よくわかるぞ。
The former boat captain was in such high spirits that you couldn't really tell he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events more than a decade ago as well, apparently even about how Anje had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Anje, but at the same time, he also remembered the final family conference very well. Ninja Turtle? Oh no! And the fact that he remembered even details like Patler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. Aww. And Ninja Turtle. What? Which one of the four, I wonder? It had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rokenjima, so if he refused me, such voyage would probably become hopeless. Then steal a boat!
わかってる。今、あの島に行きたがる船なんぞ、簡単には見つからんだろう。今じゃ六軒島と呼ばず、古い名前の悪食島と呼ぶものまでおる。
Okay.
この辺りの船乗りじゃ、首を縦には振るまいな。
From the start, fishermen had feared Rokenjima as an island of misfortune, and because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There was almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokenjima and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this had caused the sense of mystery surrounding Rokenjima to increase even more. The one that says Kawabanga? Isn't that all four of them who say that? Okay, which had resulted in a propagation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much.
船は出してもらえるでしょうか?
No, I guess not.
明日だけ返してもらう約束になっとる。
Oh?
最近はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしいが、かっ飛ばしてやるわい。
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokenjima. How sweet! Now my method of transport to Rokenjima is insured. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokenjima, I will reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
よかったね。これで島へ行けるようになったね。
そうね。船を見つけるのは難しいと聞いていたから、船長が協力的で助かったわ。
That's nice.
エンジェ様ほどではないにしても、船長にとっても12年前の事件は未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね、ずっと。そりゃそうでしょう。約束通り10月5日にあのじいさんが船を出してくれれば大勢が助かった可能性がある。ちょっと風が強いからといって船を渋らなければ。ウリュウ、そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。船長さんもそれを今日までずっと苦しんできたはずだよ。
Probably. Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. It's probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because the typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault, but perhaps he could say that he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as the two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain had been dragging the events of 12 years ago with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member of the Shiromiya line, to the island and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。それからあんたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕方前になるだろう。電気も明かりもない島だ。あまり長いはできんぞ。その程度の上陸で、あんたの気は済むかね。
長い舌から何かの気が済む。船を出してもらえるだけでも感謝します。
うん。すまんな。わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokenjima, so I'll be there during the evening which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seem almost like a borderline between this world and the next, or possibly 1998 and 1986. And it felt like it was the most fitting time to visit Rokenjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. Oh! Makusa! At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I had succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかった。そろそろ参りましょう。船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
ああ、任せておけ。お前さんたちの難儀な事情も聞いとる。わしも当時のワイドショーを見ていて、面白半分に事件をかき回す連中に虫唾が走っとったもんだ。協力は惜しまんよ。
ありがとうございます。それでは明日お昼に。これ船代に。
Anja took out a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its sickness as well, but he paid its absolutional interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとるよ。これは天のお導きだ。あんたを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。わしは金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を、今、ようやく終えることができる。だからあんたには感謝してる。金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。あんたから取れんよ。
ありがとうございます。
I think my water is finished boiling. Let me get the water real quick.
階段、足元に気をつけてな。
I'll be right back. Alright. Here I have my tea. Got some honey as well.
急だぞ。
I went down the steep staircase that had the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Welcome back, enjoy your nice cup of tea. Thank you, I made a whole jug. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, with many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and stared up at the car.
孫の部屋が空いとる。泊まって行っても構わんのに。見ての通り、布団なら有り余っとるぞ。
ありがとうございます。万一の時、ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
The unexpected.
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてるようだな。
That sounded obvious.
うさんくさい連中が
obvious.
人探しをしていると噂になっとる。あんたのことじゃないのかね？
さあ。
Anja played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き、連れ帰る。その仕事を12年前に中断したまま、まだ終えてない。だからわしは、あんたのおかげでその仕事をようやく終えることができるんだ。だから、わしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。わかってるな。
ええ。
My cat is yelling because she wants me to open the
別に
kitchen.
私は死にに行くんじゃない。
But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go to where my family is. I finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rokenjima in search of a place to die. The captain had guessed that as well. And that's why he repeatedly told me not to die.
ええ、死にません。約束します。そもそも私、どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、未だに
いや、目的はきっとある。あんたにないなら、それは彼らにあるんだ。島があんたを呼んだ。だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
そうかもしれませんね。私は呼ばれたのかもしれない。
I was called. For what reason? For them. Father, mother, Batra Oni-chan, and Maria Oni-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is on Rokenjima, and what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日。失礼します。
Please don't die. Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside. Then my feet stopped.
どうしたね？
あれは
What do you mean? What is that?
あれ？はて、何の話だね？
Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean...
ありえない。どうしてウリュウ、エンジェ、どうしてどういうことなのこれは。
私にだってさっぱりだわ。そんなバカなことってあるの？
What's going on?
これは魔法なの？奇跡なの？ええ、多分これは運命よ。私は今理解したわ。これが私の使命だったのよ。
ウリュウ、
What did you see?
私には 何がなんだか。
Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up.
どうしたんだね。何があるんだね。わからん。わしにはわからん。あんたには何が見えてるのかね。
ありがとう船長。全部これは運命だったんです。ここに私が訪れることさえ運命だった。これが私が六軒島へ行く目的で使命なんです。
エンジさん、どうしました？トラブルですか？
わしにもさっぱりわからん。お嬢ちゃんが暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
What?
エンジさん、
We're all confused.
大丈夫ですか？何が見えるんですか？
あなたたちには見えないの？
No?
それ見えないの？
見えるのはただの陳列棚です。誰も言いやしませんぜ。
Okay. What you seeing?
ウリュウ、エンジ、僕には何が何だかわからないよ。これは夢なの？
The suspense. Yeah, me too.
どういうことなの？エンジ。
Taktaro lifted his face towards Anji. From his eyes slid a single tear.
エンジ様。
理解したわ、お姉ちゃん。そしてベアトリーチェ。
ウリュウ。
What are you talking about? This is magic, isn't it? Luffy! Let me see where my cat is. What is he doing? Did you see something I can see too? She really wants me to open the kitchen, or maybe she saw something that I didn't see. Oh, and we're back in the past.
テストって。
よく聞きなさい。
Stop yelling, come here. Lofi's probably performing dark rituals. Probably. I think she's trying to open the kitchen door with them. We actually need to read the side story to get what they saw. Oh, okay. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. And the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor.
当主様は次期当主をお父さんたちの兄弟からではなく孫たちの中から選びたいとそうおっしゃっている。
From Kraus's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now. And if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed.
それで私たちはどうすればいいの？
待て。
Kraus put down the receiver, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order.
テストの前に無関係なものを排除しなくてはならない。ゴーダと熊沢がそこにいるのであろう。テストに干渉されては邪魔なのでな。彼らをゲストハウスより追放せよ。
Oh no!
追放ですか。
Oh man.
バラ庭園に園芸倉庫があったはず。そこへゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めて施錠せよ。まずはそれからだ。直ちに遂行するように伝えよ。我が武具たちが監視する。疑わしい行為に及べばテストは直ちに中止し、お前たちすべてを生贄として処刑する。
わかりました。
Can we trust him to comply?
もしもしジェシカ、今から父さんの言うことをよく聞きなさい。
Kraus relayed the orders to Rakakoda and Kumasawa.
どんなテストをなさるつもりですか？
実に簡単なテストだとも。
What for you?
孫たちの覚悟を見せてもらうだけだ。さて、どんな結果を見せてくれるのか。
Looking disgusted, Kiria watched Kraus who was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now we cannot refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to disobey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in the so-called test and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kiria watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders.
キリエさん、ここは辛抱しましょう。
分かってるわ。悔しいけれど、今は待つしかない。この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば、私たちは屋敷へ戻ることができるんだから。
With Kinzo right in front of you, you think?
試してみましょう。金蔵さん、頼みがある。
何か我が友よ。
金蔵さんが子供たちを試したいというのは、金蔵さんの納得のいくようにするといい。金蔵さんの力がなければ、とっくに潰れていたかもしれない後ろ宮家だ。その担い手を慎重に選びたい気持ち、よーくわかる。それに、そのための親族会議だ。私ら邪魔はせんよ。
お前の理解が得られてそうだ。これは親族会議なのだ。私が次期当主を選び決定する最後の親族会議なのだよ。
それでだが金蔵さん、ここはあまりに冷えすぎる。あんたのテストの邪魔はせんから、もう少し暖かい場所に移してもらうことはできんかね。
At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with the moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes, as though praising him.
確かにここは冷えますよ。老体にはおつらいでしょう。親方様、上の部屋に移し替えても良いのでは。
それはできぬ。
Because?
甘いぞ南條。お前は一手猶予を与えるような素振りで実に華麗に布石を打つではないか。その手には乗らんぞ。凍えるというなら真っ赤に焼けた石炭でも敷き詰めてやればよい。
申し訳ございません。
Vijay had tried to help out, but in the end Kinzo would not comply. Of course, he's an asshole.
あなたたちはおとなしいのね。その気になれば、こんな鉄格子簡単に破れるでしょう。
ここを破ったとて何もなりません。
確かに、ここを破ったならゴールドスミスのゲームが終わることを意味する。あなたたちも、そしてゲストハウスの人間たちも即座に金蔵の儀式の生贄となるでしょうね。でも案外あなたたちだけかもしれないわよ。
About what?
この状況を打開できる力を持っているのはね。黄金鏡にたどり着きたいんでしょ。叶えたい夢がいっぱいあるんでしょ。
Let's see what they'll say. They're pissed.
ガープ、挑発はいけませんよ。これはあなたのゲームではない。親方様の、そしてお嬢様のゲームです。
Yes.
どうしたロノウェイ。
いえいえ、何も。捕虜とおしゃべりをしていました。お許しを。
Gap sent one final sneering smile at Kanon and then turned away. Kanon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fist.
よく頑張ったね。 よく我慢したよ。
僕たちは無力だ。家具だから。
そうだね。私たちは無力。でも家具は必要とされることだって。そして愛されることだってあるよ。今の私たちは暗い地下室にしまわれているだけ。きっといつか誰かが愛してくれる。必要としてくれるから。だから今は挑発に乗らないで耐えようね。
In like the next game
お
board.
父さん、ゴーダたちを倉庫に閉じ込めるよう指示をしました。
よかろう。電話を切ってよい。シエスタ姉妹、孫たちがゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めるのを監視せよ。もしも不審な動きがあるようならば、その時点で次期当主を選ぶテストは終了だ。
Bunny girls, do your job. When Kinzo made his order, the Chester sisters appeared behind him in a line.
了解であります。石膏は私がやる。556と410は両翼支援。45は全周警戒。
00-556は
そうだった。すまない。
いい子でした。だから私は嫌いに。
Oh?
いいやつは。
何をしているかシエスタ姉妹、我が命令を遂行せよ。
What are you talking about?
失礼しました。では監視に向かうであります。出撃。
The Chester sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Namja and Kiria had witnessed it since they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation. But they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like a teleportation, and the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
さて、私はテストの準備をしよう。ロノウェイ、ガープ、お前たちには試験官を頼む。
Oh?
ワルギリアはこやつらを監視するように。
These rats!
何しろ我が家具が2人いる。一応は警戒せよ。
He glanced at Sharon and Kanon. Tightly closing her eyes, Sharon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions.
かしこまりました。注意します。
リーアの老体には寒くて辛くない？湯たんぽでも持ってくる？
うるさいです。早くお行きなさい。
Shut up, go quickly! Gup!
さてさて、
She removed an
テ
A!
ストとは、そして試験官とは、今回のゲームは変わった試みですね。お嬢様を楽しませる展開になると良いのですが。
さあさあおいでなさい。ヤギの従者たち。
Bring me a water bottle and a blanket! Virginia began to call out into the darkness, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared. They're gonna bring a
リーチの眷
blanket.
属ね。便利だわ。しかも暖かそうだし。
Exactly!
湯たんぽの代わりね。なら
She's thinking the same as
ヤギ
me.
より羊の方がいいんじゃない？
カシミヤ臓器のくせにうるさいですよ。彼らは賢くはありませんが、命令に忠実で強靭な頼れる従者たちです。
うん、任せるぞ。我が友ワルギリアよ。残りの者は私と来い。
With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Ronove and Gap, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants.
あなたたちは私と残るのですよ。ついていかないように。
The goats jumped in surprise and then came tottering back. Kirio, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort.
愉快な部下ね。ゴールドスミス教より死後の許可は与えられていませんよ。
Oh, Kirio will speak regardless of permission. She was probably embarrassed. Virginia had spoken coolly, but Kiria saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kiria was surprised at the amount of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeons were currently locked. They were currently locked and was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Are there actual several facilities like this on Rokenjima, where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? Just how many humans are on Rokenjima locked away by the typhoon? No, on the contrary, we were the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we, who bickered over the whether Beatrice existed or not and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not, nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? No, wait, not only that. By now, there are actually more people on the enemy side than on ours? Oh yeah, that expression sure says that. Kid is like, what the fuck is going on? Why? This is the first time she survives longer than like... No wait, never mind. She survived like 2 nights in episode 3? But shit was relatively mostly normal, right? But now in this episode she's like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, you fought you fought a stake in episode 3, come on. No, you're good. A mass murderer by magic. Demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Some fucking bunny girls? Setting aside the enemy's numbers. How should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Kiria started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore, and while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Lofi! Binka! Obviously, Gold and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed, but they were threatened that if they resisted, the hostage's safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard for them to agree, but once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that the blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. The whole island is hammer space but for random minions and witches. Right, it is.
ここは寒々しいですね。私たちはいつまでここに閉じ込められていればいいのでしょうか。
Probably until you starve.
下手をすると月曜の朝まで丸々一昼夜はいてもらうことになるかもしれない。本当にお二人には申し訳なく思うよ。
George and Batler cleared the space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and the other light snacks they had brought.
月曜の朝までを二人でこの量じゃ辛いな。せめて厨房に寄れたなら。
余計な場所には行くなと言われてる。私たちは監視されてるらしいしな。くそ。
何もお力になれないことを申し訳なく思います。
God, that's probably like, oh God, please just don't let me die.
皆さんのおそばにいてこその私どもなのに。
Kinzo slaps the ground. This baby can fit so many magics.
仕方ないです。
That sounds like a Kinzo thing to do.
それより、熊沢さんを
Behold,
よろしく
this
頼みます。
baby has like 150 magic.
何が起こるかわからない。いざという時は、臨機
The
応変
last
に
kid,
助
the
けてほし
last
い。
baby I had 2 magic
そして
only.
何よりも無事でいてほしい。
ええ、分かっています。皆さんこそ気をつけてくださいね。今の親方様はまるで人の命をチェスの駒のように奪います。
Oh, you don't say.
気をつけてください。
Umineko, let's go! Hi Kali, how you doing? Hoda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall, and he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror.
ありがとう。くれぐれも注意してくださいね。熊沢さんも。
Hi, I'm fine, thanks. What about you? I am A-okay, but just A-okay. I have a mild cold. And I finished Yakuza 6 today, and I'm sad. And now I'm gonna probably be hit by double sads.
ジョージさんたちもくれぐれもご用心なさってくださいね。
Yakuza 6 gave me so much anxiety, and then finally I finished the game, and I'm like, my anxiety is gone, but I'm so sad now.
もう私には何が何やら さっぱりわかりませんとも。
But at least I got to pet cats.
それじゃあ僕たちは行きます。行こう、バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん、ほらマリアちゃんも。
Ooh! How will Maria be tested? I'm scared. Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then George walked toward the small window on the side of the storehouse. At that side there was a small latticed window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect him from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out.
大丈夫ですか？寒くないですか？
ええ、毛布をこんなにいただきましたからね。くるまっていればきっと平気ですよ。
Yes, please keep warm.
石油ストーブとかを持ってくればよかったな。
ここじゃ換気できないからね。辛いだろうけど今は仕方がない。僕たちは人質を取られている。逆らえない。
畜生、なんとかキリエさんたちを救出することができれば。
聞かれてるかもしれないよ。ゴーダさん、これそのシャッターの鍵です。
確かにお預かりします。
Goda took the key, showed it to Kumasa, and placed it in his own pocket. There was only one key to the gardening shed shutter. The key was being held by the ones locked up inside it. If the children had kept it and had it stolen from them by some chance, that would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room would protect them. But if you die, how will they get out? Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand, then looked over the thickness in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. It was hit many times with an urge to scream at them. But I was able to hold that urge back through a reason. The four children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow, so that we can meet those two again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself, and the resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he killed them with his own hands.
それでも俺たちは逆らえないんだよな。
テストだとクソじじいめ、ふざけやがって。それで母さんたちが殺されて父さんたちが捕まって理解できねえぜ。ぶっ殺してやる。
You are always the happiest to kill, Jessica.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。悲しくなんかないよ。
マリア。
もうすぐ魔女は蘇る。すぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。
Oh yeah, in death.
不謹慎なことで笑う。何が魔女復活の儀式だ。妄想はじい様の頭の中だけにしときゃいいものを大勢巻き込みやがって。こいつは高くつくぜ。畜生め。
ゲストハウスに戻ろう。
Oh boy, Battler, with that punch to the head? Have fun in like 50 killings in Maria's head, and then you'll be okay.
おじい様から電話があった際
You're gonna have fun there.
不在だったらまずい。
Urged by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle, facing towards the darkness of the rose garden, and roared.
おい、誰か見てんだろ。ジジイに伝えとけ。絶対にぶち殺してやるってな。行こう。
Of course there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. keyboard died, had to restart. Rest well. Oh, that's okay. After they left from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up.
45がすっとろいからバレたに
I mean, it's hard to hide when you have bunny ears.
竜王様に怒られるごめんなさいごめんなさい竜王様に言いつけるのは許してください
黙れ静かどうせハッタリだゴーダと熊沢の監禁は確認した任務完了報告に戻るぞ
イエーイイエーイ
Donk.
連帯責任で人参と水だけの刑になりたいか
Oh no! Okay, what's next? How are our lads going to examine Benoist? Yes! The fact that they were being watched certainly seemed to be true. Because when they returned to the cousins' rooms, turned the lights on, and laid down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing that this was her house. But now it was the eldest George who picked it up. This time, Kiria-san was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Butler out of consideration. I think she doesn't want to talk to Butler.
キリエさんかそっちは大丈夫なのか
心配をありがとう今のところは快適よごめんなさい死後は慎めと命令されてる今から伝えることをよく聞いて
The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed. Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation. Butler restrained the urge to talk about other things and focus on what Kiria had to say.
ジェシカちゃん、ジョージ君、バトラ君、そしてマリアちゃんの順で行われるそうよ。
Jessica first, I
順番
see.
に呼び出すから、それまでその部屋を出ないこと。呼び出された者は一人で指定された場所に向かうこと。
Oh boy! Butler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening in around him could hear.
ジェシカ、兄貴、俺、マリアの順で呼び出しがあるまで部屋にいろ。わかった。マリアもなのかよ。
後ろ宮家の命運はあなたたちに握られてるわ。頑張って。
Let's see what Maria will do. I'm scared. I hope she doesn't have to be summoned and that one of the others like manages to convince Kinzo, but oh well. Butler noticed a strange nuance in Kiria's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushiromiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kiria wanted to send. She probably meant there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that.
ああ、任せてくれ。どんなテストか知らねえが上等だぜ。受けて立ってやら。
I'm scared. What will it be?
本気のテストなんだよな。マジにやっちまって。いいんだよな。
本気のテストよ。おじい様も本気で試すつもりでいるわ。
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。死にかけの老いぼれが俺と本気？寝言は棺に入ってから言いやがれ。そこにいるジジイに言っとけ。次期当主は俺だ。その最初の仕事はてめえの面に鉄拳ぶち込んでやることだってな。
Welp, even without Kiria having to repeat it, Butler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears.
バトラー、それは実に楽しみであるぞ。一度は後ろ宮の名を捨てた男が何を身につけ、何の境地に至って我が前に現れるというのか、そう伝えよ。
Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kiria spoke for him.
大いに上等だそうよ。いい？バトラ君。手加減は不要よ。あなたはルドルフさんの息子。いいえ、私の息子よ。
Oh?
誰に自慢しても恥ずかしくないところを私にも見せてちょうだい。
Oh, we came from her low-key resenting Butler because of Asumu, and now she's saying he's her son.
あなたに全てを託すわ。
That's sweet.
了解だぜ、母ちゃん。
He called her mom! Aww!
私たち全員は当主跡継ぎの資格を失っている。もう私たちは取られてゲーム版から外された駒も同然よ。だからあなたたちだけで戦って。
キリエさん。
The nuance of those words meant we've already given up, so forget about us. But for that very reason I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever and save everyone.
それでは一番最初のジェシカちゃんへのテストの指示よ。自分の部屋へ行けです。
自分の部屋？
お屋敷のジェシカちゃんの自室って意味のよね。
Oh, okay.
ジェシカに代わる。直接伝えてやってくれ、ジェシカ。
もしもし。はい。わかりました。
私からか。
Oh
もう
boy.
覚悟決めたぜ。行ってくるぜ。
Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age, but she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
用心してね。
私たちは監視されてんだろ。余計なこともできない。言いなりになるしかないさ。
食堂でジジイは何のためらいもなく瞬く間に6人を殺したという。それは俺たちに対しても同じかもな。
分かってる。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
無茶はダメだよ。危険だと思ったら自分を最優先にして。
Are you
ク
sure?
ラウスおじさんが自分のために娘が犠牲になったことを知ったら胸が張り裂けてしまうに違いないから。
逆も同じだぜ。父さんと母さんが殺されて私の胸だって張り裂けるぜ。
バトラ君、さっきの話は本当だよね。
ああ、キリエさんたちはもう覚悟を決めている。
Probably.
ならなおのこと上等だぜ。みんなの命は私たちの双剣にかかってるってことだ。人質みんなは囚われの身で何もできない。なら私たちが何とかするしかねえんだぜ。
もし何かあったらゲストハウスに逃げ戻って、その時点で僕たちがおじい様のゲームに付き合うのは終了だ。
兄貴。
その時点で僕たちは宣戦布告。どこかに閉じ込められている彼らを救い出し、おじい様には叱るべき処遇を与える。
いいのか兄貴。シャノンちゃんもいるんだろ。
だからといって僕は座して婚約者が殺されるのを待ちはしないよ。僕が恐ろしいのはおじい様にシャノンが殺されるかもしれないことに、僕の婚約者に恐怖を味わわせたクソじじいを君らが僕より先にぶん殴っちまうことだけさ。
All that written in bold with that look, I think he's in it. He's in for it for some pounding.
だな。クソじじいの顔面に一番最初に拳をお見舞いしたやつが次の闘士だぜ。
George, Patra, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Then Jessica headed off from her own room as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battle gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. Let's go, Jessica! Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression. She doesn't give a shit, huh? Well, they don't want to die, man.
ベアトリーチェが蘇ればみんな生き返らせてもらえるのにね。
Jessica's form's already been completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Patra and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away.
もしもし。
マリア様ですか？シャノンです。ジョージ様に代わっていただけますか？
This time it was Shannon on the phone, and the time the message was to tell the next person George where he was to go. Alright, there's already going one by one. I thought Jessica would be tested first and then George would have to go. Okay, so they're basically being tested all at once in different locations. I see. Alright. Who we gonna watch doing the test first? Whatever that might be, I'm scared. Like, can you imagine? Gap is sitting with like a chessboard, like, hello Jessica, how are you doing? Or maybe it's Ronove who's waiting for her. Let's see. Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. The trophy, Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home. In that she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home, which she knew well to be as alien as it seemed now. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now.
テストだって。一体何が待ち受けてやがるんだ。まさか私の机とか引っかき回してねえだろうな。
Let's see, she acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. Alright, who's the one who's going to test her? Let's see. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up, she relaxed. No one was there, of course. There was nowhere to be for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way, the room was safe. Oh no, another closed room mystery? Please no. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding. I hope Jessica doesn't die, but... But the second she locked the door, I was like, she's going to die, isn't she? She looked at the clock. It was just past 23 at 10. As her tension lessened and the fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 11 p.m. The plan had been for all the cousins together, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together in the night. Normally, we were doing that kind of thing right now. Why has that turned into this? Locked door equals instant murder flashbacks. That's exactly what I feel.
No.
She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's sad face. Do you? Even though Golda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome that it definitely I shouldn't go look at it. Even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. Security guaranteed, huh? Absolutely not. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line, even a little, would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close my eyes up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it should be against the rules, and Dad and Kanon-kun and Shannon-kun and Onkiya and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lines and my own life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself. That's it. Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive? Faced the door and made it to unlock it. At that time... Clap, 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 clap. Who is it? A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Oh!
鍵をかけたままならルール違反ということになり、人質たちにも危害が及ぶかもしれません。
The examiner is gonna be Ronove? Yes!
しかしそれでも自分の命だけは
Yeah, boy!
かもしれん。しかしあなたはその誘惑に耐え、自ら鍵を開けようとした。そのあなたの勇気は称賛に値しますよ。
Hello, meet my man. If I, owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding. Where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide, but could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle. Jessica, you're in for a treat! Oh boy, what's this quiz gonna be? Like, is it gonna be like just a quiz? Or like a chess game? Or I don't know?
私は親方様より家具頭を任されております。72柱の27位。
The 27th of the 72. Okay.
ロの上と申します。
Yes, hello. Hello.
ロの上。源氏さん。
I'm sorry?
ああ、源氏は私の弟のような存在。
Okay.
あるいはこの世界における私の正しい姿だったのかもしれません。
What does this mean?
より白だったと言っても良いでしょう
な。Is this like the same way how Kumasawa was like related to Virgilia? I'm sorry. My brain is trying to make sense of this. Alone in a room with Ronove, you wish you were her. Yes, but at the same time, right now, reading the sign, I'm like, what does this mean?
何を言ってんだ、こいつ。
人間には話しても理解できぬ話。
Please explain.
それでは本題に移りましょう。
He's like a little brother to me. What, are you like relatives or something? Like, was Genji like a single child and lonely was like, I'm gonna make myself an imaginary older brother who's also kinda hot?
テストとかいうやつだろ。
さようでございます。こちらが親方様がジェシカ様に賜まれましたテストでございます。
At Ronove's elegant gesture like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. Okay, but seriously. As a cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then the gold mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold wintry wind. What if Ronove is the imposter? In what way? Wait, then about cold wintry wind, and there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in a gold leaf. With a gesture, Ronove urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside.
なんだこれ。
非常にシンプルな次期当主の資格を探るテストでございます。
Ronove is Genji's demon Sona. Okay.
そこに記されている問いにどうか後ろ宮家を担う次期当主としての心構えで臨んでいただき。
I'm gonna walk up to Genji and shake his hand and be like, thank you for making that demon Sona. That demon Sona is now my boyfriend. Goodbye. He's mine now.
答えとそれに至ったお考えをお聞かせください。
Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Ronove's face several times. Alright. Speak it. At the time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the Rose Garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here at this time on this day. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon.
読みなさい。それがゴールドスミスからあなたに与えられるテストよ。
George picked up the western envelope which was on the table where he'd once had tea with Shannon and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp.
なんだい
見ての通りよ。それがあなたに与えられる次期当主の資格を探るテスト。 次期当主としての資格を自らに問いながらその問いに答えなさい。
なんてバカな問題だ。
そうね、本当にバカな問題ね。ならゴールドスミスにとっての後ろ宮家の家督なんてその程度のものなんじゃない？
George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, examining its contents. George and Jessica, while the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same. Alright.
以下に掲げる3つのうち2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げよ
う。Alright.
簡単な3択じゃない？どれを見殺しに選ぶか自ら決めなさい。選択を拒めばテストは中断。
Oh boy.
私の手であなたをこの場で殺してしまってもいいって許可を、それさえも選択肢に含めるなら4択ね。私君みたいなこと遊ぶのは随分久しぶりだからそれも嫌いじゃないわよ。
Okay, pick someone who can die.
この3択はあくまでもテストなのか、それとも選択は結果を伴うのか。
何を甘えてるの？君が選択したものは必ず命を落とす。
Ah, fuck. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1. Your life. 2. Shannon's life. 3. Everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
どうしてシャノンの名がここにあるんだ。
2番目の選択肢にはそのものが最も必要とする愛するものに、ジェシカへのテストの2番にはカノンって書かれているはずだわ。
Makes sense? Oh,
このバカ
she
な
can't
問
pick
題
her
を
dad?
ジェシカにも出したのか。
Oh, well, to battle Maria too, I guess. Maria's gonna have it easy. She's gonna be like, yeah, well, everyone else.
ジェシカのことなんかどうでもいいでしょ。
Like, who cares? We're going to the Golden Land anyway, so no hard feels, right?
今試されている。
I feel like Battle would probably be like, I choose none. I choose the 4th option and I say, and I'm like, I choose Kenzo.
他の2つのためにどれを捨てられるかということよ。簡単でしょ。それでも決まらないならコインでも貸してあげようかしら。
コイン2面しかないものでどうやって3択を。
自分の命を捨てられる者がいるわけがないとなればおのずと残る選択肢は2つになる。
Mario's gonna have the easiest time with these, isn't she? Probably.
愛する者のために全ての人間を
I
諦め
mean,
るか。
if Rosa was in the list, maybe she would choose something else. But no, actually, she would say everyone else regardless.
一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を諦めるか。どっちにももっともらしい大義名分がつけられるわ。だって今やこの六軒島は悪魔の島ですもの。人間の世界の甘ったるい馴れ合いなんて必要ないの。誰も責めないわ。あなたの心の赴くま後ろ宮家の家督を継ぐにふさわしい資格が自らにあるかを問いながら。いいえ、自らが後ろ宮家当主であると思って選択なさい。
Okay. Who's next? Battler, I guess? I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
バカにしやがって。
Alright. A battler probably chooses himself or something. Yeah, I can see battler saying something like that. But at the same time, I can see him saying like, you know, fuck this test. Jessica chill. I don't think she can chill as easily. She is the most hot-tempered girl in this cast. Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor.
お怒りはごもっともと思いますよ。
You think it's funny?
自分から死にたいと願う人間なんているもんか。そして愛する人の命を見捨てて生き残りたいと思う人間なんて、そして自分たちだけ良ければ他の人間すべてを見殺しにできる人間なんているもんか。
いいえ、ジェシカ様、いても良いのでございますよ。
Yes, Kinzo.
ここはロッケン島、悪魔の島。今や人間の世界から完全に切り取られ、魔界にどっぷりチーズフォンデュのように沈んでおります。人の世の価値観など次の燃えないゴミの日に出してしまいますと。
Okay.
ですからどうか。
Run off it angry? I don't think he's angry necessarily.
ジェシカ様が心より欲するものを順にお選びください。その結果、残ったものがこの狂った今宵にふさわしきジェシカ様の回答となりましょう。
ふざけるな！こんなのどれも選べるものかよ。
いずれも選ばねば上記のすべてを失うも立派な第四の選択肢でございます。それを選ばれるのもまた一興でございましょう。ただそれを選び結局自らの命を落とされるなら、潔く一番の自分の命を選び他の二つを救われた方が全てはジェシカ様の選択に委ねられます。どうぞ後宮家の跡継ぎにふさわしい回答とその信念をお聞かせくださいませ。この炉の上、親方様の血を引きし末裔にふさわしき素晴らしい回答を心より期待いたしております。
Who share his blood? I'm sorry. Okay, wait, never mind. I misread it. Sorry. Alright, what's up? The scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinzo held. Since when have you become a Disney witch? Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back and spreading his arms and facing the heavens began laughing in an explosive voice.
何を迷うか、愚かなる孫たちよ、我が末裔たちよ。即答できる簡単な問題ではないか。朝のトーストにバターを塗るかジャムを塗るかより迷わぬ選択であるというのに。お前たちには正しい答えがわかるか？
Pondering his orb in his study. Yep, like a Disney villain. Kinzo staring at his... Kinzo staring at his crystal orb, yes.
いえ申し訳ございません。私にはわかりません。ゴールドスミス教。
愚か者め、選べもせぬとはな。ゲームオーバー。自らの生きる理由も目的も見出せん愚かなウサギめ。貴様など誰にも気づかれずに踏み潰されて生を終えるアリ一匹ほどの価値もないわ。死ね、潰れろ。私が瞬きしている間に消えてなくなれ。お前はどうか。
私は一番の自分の命を生贄とするであります。武具は戦い、知ってこそであります。そして武具は敵を撃ち滅ぼし味方を守るためにある。愛する者たちを守って死ねるなら本望であります。
ほう、武具らしい実に見事な模範回答よ。即答 大いに結構。
It's probably not the right
そう
answer, huh?
答えれば人参が一本余計にもらえると教えられてきたのか。違うよな。それすらも違うよな。そう聞かれたらそう答えようと、お前はただ吹き込まれた通りに答えたに過ぎない。お前も今のウサギと同じだ。自分の生きる理由と目的を未だに見出せずに生きている。生きる価値なきクズめ。貴様など潰されて他の家畜の餌にでもなるのがお似合いよ。
Then don't use her.
は家畜の餌光栄であります。
違うだろう。もう誰も死ぬところを見たくないんだろう。
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the craziest of them all? Shows picture of
そ
Kinzo.
れがなぜ認められるのか。認めろよ。お前の古傷の奥の奥が未だに産んで腐っていることを。不臭にて鼻が曲がりそうであるわ。愚かなる腐れウサギめ。
Man, what's this?
お前にはこれが褒め言葉である。
ありがとうございますであります。
さて最後のお前はどうか。この3択から何を選ぶ？
にひ迷うことなく当然2番であります。
ああ、2番か。愛する者を生贄に捧げることを胸を張って選べる者は多くない。訳を聞かせよ。
愛する者はいつかいなくなるからです。愛する者がいなければ傷つかないし、いなくてもいつかまた誰かを愛せるかもしれない。
Okay.
だから今愛してるものなんて大した価値はないのですに。
Is he gonna take this personally?
なるほど。それでそういう回答になるわけか。愛に傷ついたがゆえに臆病になったウサギよ。
So the correct answer is everyone
ウ
else, I
サギ
see.
は寂しさで死ぬと聞いたが、お前の心は一体いつ殺されたというのか。
Damn, someone was hurt in the past, it seems. Yeah, looks like it.
ならばウサギよ、問いを変えよう。2番の選択肢を愛するものではなく、そなたが愛したものの思い出に変えようではないか。どうかこれでももう一度選べるか。何が愛してるものに大した価値はないだ。愚かなウサギよ。自らの愛の深さにも向かい合えぬクズめ。選んでみよ。愛したものを忘れられると選んでみや。選べるだろう。選べるものな。ほら選べるって言ってみろよ。
選べるであります。選べるであります。
Oh, she can't choose it, huh?
ゴールドスミス卿、それくらいでどうかお許しを。
もうよいわクズウサギ。お前たちはワルギリアのところへ行き消えよ。
Man, Kinzo is absolutely insufferable. I can't stand him. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself as though in a play.
とこのように愉快なテストなわけ。実のところを言えばこれが正解という選択肢はない。むしろどの答えであろうともよどみなく素早く、そして確固たる信念と揺るがぬ強き自らの意志で選べるかどうか。
Which they
その
probably
理由
have
と
not
意
passed.
志の方が重要なのだ。私はそれを知りたいのだよ。ああ、我が末裔たちよ。 お前たちはどのような答えを見せてくれるのか、実に。私か。
Everyone else.
ああ、もちろん同じ問いを突きつけられたことがあったとも。その悪魔の問いに見事答えたからこそ、私は黄金と名誉とあの魔女を我が物とすることができたのだよ。私が選んだ答えはどれか
Probably everyone else.
言うまでもないよな。
さて、そろそろ答えは決まりましたでしょうか？
What we got? As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from the wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Ronobe waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Ronobe couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly like a demon, Ronobe urged Jessica to voice it.
どれも選べないというなら、そのお命、せめて痛みがないよう安らかに頂戴させていただきますが。
What?
さ
せよ。
はい、聞こえかねました。もう一度お願いできますかな。
Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ronobe's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
殺せよ。
Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Ronobe had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
ジェシカ様なら、そのお答えを選ぶと思っておりました。さて、このテストは、どの選択肢が正解、不正解というものではありません。重要なのは、どのような考えを経て、その答えに至ったか、という部分。さあ、ジェシカ様の、そして次期当主としての心構えを持って、それをお答えください。
Let's see.
別に、死にたくて1番目を選んだわけじゃないさ。2番の、カノン君を死なせること、こんなの。もちろん論外。だから除外。3番の、その他みんなの命、こんなのも、もちろん論外。だから除外。そしたら、1番目の選択肢しか残らなかった。
消去法ですか。積極的にお選びになったわけではないと。
After chuckling lightly, Ronobe dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was this was apparently slightly below Ronobe's expectations.
悪くはありませんが、60点。というところでしょうか。
An average answer, huh?
失望しましたよ。
What? What did you expect it to say?
自信を持って選べみたいなこと言っておいて、そうしてやったら失望とは自分勝手な野郎だぜ。
消去法というだけではないようですね。いずれにせよ落第点ですが、もう少しお考えがあるようだ。伺いましょう。
死にたくないさ。だから1番なんて誰だって選びたくない。人は幸せに生きたくて生の限りをあがいてるんだぜ。だから本当はまず1番目なんてありえないはずなんだ。
しかしあなたは1番目の選択肢。
He's not mad, just disappointed. Yeah, he is.
自分の命を捨てることを選んだ。その選択肢しか残らなかった。
一応それぞれの選択肢を選んだ後の未来のことを考えてみたぜ。
ほう、いかがでしたか？
まずカノン君を死なせてみた。私は自分の大好きな人を見捨ててまで生きる残りの生涯を想像してみた。
それはどんな生涯でしたか？
Probably a very sad one.
生きるにも値しない最低の女だった。いつまでも自らの選択を悔やみ、ただ後悔だけのために生きる大好きな人を見捨てて生きることを選んだ。 私が自ら引導を渡してやる。
勇ましい。では3番目の選択肢も考えられたのでは？
私とカノン君以外の全員を死なせても見た。カノン君はそんな私を好きになるはずはない。そして私もまた、いくらカノン君がいても、そのために見捨てた大勢の命が生涯十字架となってのしかかってきた。そしてその十字架はカノン君にまでのしかかった。私はカノン君に十字架を背負わせるために愚かな選択肢を選んだりはしない。もしそんなことをする私がいたなら、私はその未来の私を許さない。
There's a lot of self-loathing in there.
その女にも私が引導を渡してやる。
Jessica had pictured it in her mind, the future her beyond of each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Kanon, the one who died, huh?
生意気にもカノン君に説教したことがあるぜ。自分の人生を思い切り生きてみろみたいなこと。
自分の人生を思い切り生きる。味わいある言葉ですね。それは意外にとても難しいものです。
だからさ、私が胸を張ってカノン君に見せなきゃならないんだよ。胸を張ってお天道様を真正面から見て、思い切り笑顔でいられる生き方ってやつを。
あなたの自己犠牲をカノンは受け入れられるでしょうか？
Probably
あ
not.
なたの身勝手な選択が余計に彼を傷つけてしまうことには思いが至りませんか？
だから伝言を頼みたい。
お聞きはしますが、何しろ私は悪魔です。約束は守らないかもしれませんよ。
守って約束。
Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Ronove closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders.
いいでしょう。それで彼に何と伝えればよろしいですか？
カノン君の思いっきりの人生を生きて。ちょっと違う。カノン君のじゃない。本当の名前は未だに教えてもらえないけど、本当のカノン君の人生を思いっきり生きて。
Whatever his name might be, huh?
伝えて。
お嬢様。
ジェシカ、お前というやつは。
炉の上は気まぐれですから、伝言をしなかった可能性もありました。幸運でしたね。私がこの光景を見せていて。
Oh, she's showing them. A musty 3-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a 3-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it, because the reflected scenes themselves were more important.
そこまでこいつのために命をも投げ出せるというのか。
申し訳ありません。
Klaus like, what about me? Klaus looked at Kanon with a complicated expression with mixed in with a bitter smile. Kanon wouldn't meet his eyes.
ワルギリア様、お嬢様が命を落とされることはありません。僕を殺してください。2番目の選択肢に。それで全ては丸く収まるはずです。
Nope.
その願いを私に叶えることはできませんよ。これはジェシカの選んだ自らの選択なのですから。
At the time, suddenly the air split and the Chester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. Wait, so the gang's still stuck in prison? Yes. Yes, they are. The kids have to pass the test, otherwise they'll... yeah. And Jessica only got like 60%, so it's a failing grade. Yes, Kinzo's a piece of shit.
私だって待ってるのであります。潰して家畜の餌とかあんまりであります。
Virgilia, who still hadn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Chester sisters.
はいはい、大丈夫ですよ、大丈夫ですよ。美味しいお紅茶を入れてあげますからね。お前たち、ここの見張りを任せます。不審な真似をしたらすぐに知らせるのですよ。
The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the Chester sisters and left. The sound of them going up the stairs could be heard, and so they had probably gone up to the upper floor. Oh, I think now's the chance, huh? Now's the chance to get out.
チャンスだわ。このヤギ頭どもは頭が悪いみたい。うまく騙せないかしら。
Kiria realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror, had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance.
私の言い分は以上だ。殺せよ。
わかりました。それではご安心を。あなたへの死はどんな眠りよりも優しく慈悲深いものにいたします。
Oh boy, no! As Ronobet raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica. Oh! Man, he's going absolutely batshit. Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Kraus' pointless efforts certainly may have been comical. Kraus going ape! Time to bonk it! Let's go! Well, wait, sorry. Kraus' pointless efforts certainly had been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father, so that he could save her. Kanon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. He would instantly be reported, and then even Virgilia and the Chester sisters would probably dash in. The only way to escape is to ape. Let's go! Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Khan already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams. Georgia also picked himself, huh? Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see Georgia, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that Georgia had also decided on an answer. Himself, right? He's going to pick himself.
決まった?君の答え。
ああ、決まったよ。
What was he gonna say?
それは揺るぎない答え。
I can't imagine it's either himself or everyone else.
ああ、揺るぎないね。
Alright.
なら、
Say it.
聞かせてもらう。ああ、ちなみに、ジェシカはどうも、自分の命を差し出すことを選んだようよ。まさか、優柔不断な君も、同じ答えを選んだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
Let's see what he's gonna say.
ジェシカはジェシカの答えを出したのさ。それがどの選択であろうとも、それはジェシカの答えだ。僕の答えに何も干渉しないよ。
そうなら改めて聞くわ。以下に掲げる3つのうち2つを得るために1つを生贄。1、2、3。それあなたが選んだのはどれ？まさかジェシカと同じ1番？
3, isn't it?
違うね。
Alright, it's 3, isn't it? It's 3, let's go. Kat was a little bit surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option. I think he would very well choose everyone else. I mean, both his parents are dead. And he wants to be with Shannon, so it makes sense.
一番退屈な選択肢が外れてくれてよかった。じゃあ、まさかとは思うけど、2番？シャノンの命を見捨ててみせる？
まさか。今夜まさに婚約指輪を贈ろうという相手を、どうして僕が？
Oh, he didn't give the engagement ring tonight yet. Okay, I see.
これは大胆だわ。それが君の答えなの。
そうさ。僕の答えは3番さ。
Yo! George took the third option. I called it. Everyone else's lives. Unsurprisingly, Gap hadn't imagined that he'd given an answer like that. Why wouldn't he? He wants to be with Shannon. It makes sense. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. I mean, I also thought possibly he would pick the first, but the third one makes sense. So she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons.
聞かせてほしいわ。自分と愛する婚約者だけが無事で、それ以外の全てを犠牲にできる境地というのを聞かせてほしいわ。
George played big brain moment. I think he just loved Shannon so much he would let everyone else die.
あなたもジェシカと同じで消去法というやつ？
違うね。はっきりこれしか僕には選択肢がないのさ。
自分さえ良ければいいと？愛する女と引き換えに世界を犠牲にできると？
Yes.
君は何を言っているんだい？
何？
George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted.
僕は今夜ここにシャノンを呼び出し、婚約の証である指輪を渡すつもりだった。僕とシャノンの婚約を祝福しない者もきっと多いだろう。僕は彼女との婚約を宣言することで親族すべてを敵に回すと覚悟していた。僕にはあるんだよ。この島に訪れたその時から。いや違う、彼女に婚約したいと打ち明けたその時からね。
結婚さえできれば他の何もかも犠牲にできると？
結婚とは自分は生涯妻の味方であり続けるということだ。僕にはその時点で彼女のために世界の全てを敵に回す覚悟があるんだ。
Those words through the three-sided mirror also reached Shannon's ears. At that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then this incident had occurred and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down.
それは何とも奮った答えだことね。なるほど。よく考えたら君にこれは気楽な選択肢だわ。
Pretty much.
だって君の両親は第一の晩にすでに殺されちゃってるんだもんね。
Wait, who's going to be Maria's second choice? She doesn't. Rosa's already dead, and Sakutaro is dead for her too, right? So who?
なるほどね。これは簡単な選択だったわ。
何とでも言うがいい。これが僕の、そして僕の次期当主としての覚悟と選択だ。
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. For just an instant, Gab felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo's and was slightly overwhelmed.
なるほど。君もあどけなさそうな顔して将来はとんだ悪魔になるわけね。
What, you two will become a yandere?
私たちとてもうまくやれそうじゃない。君がゴールドスミスの後を継ぐ。そしてやがては私は召喚され君に仕えることもあるかもしれない。それも案外面白いかもしれないわね。
Gab had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance. And not just now, but since the very beginning.
僕には今すぐ当主を継承する覚悟がある。
I want to punch Kinzo!
いや違うね。君はこのテストを当主として考えろと言った。だから僕は自分が当主であると前提して答えたんだ。いや、それすら違う。当主そのものとして考えた。僕は今後宮家の当主なんだ。
You're getting a bit ahead of yourself. But maybe you are the one who succeeds.
見事だわ。そこまで言えるなんてね。
George playing 5D chess?
君はどうやらかなりの大物だわ。
But still not
バトラとマリア
100%,
の
huh?
テストはまだだけど、私は君が合格でいい気がする。でもその答えがかけねなしの本当のものならね。
僕の覚悟を疑うというのか。
君が選んだ選択肢を実行できる？
By your own hands?
今すぐ自らの手でこの島に存在するすべての命を生贄に捧げることができる。自らの手でよ。
できるね。
Oh! Look at this face! He's ready!
その覚悟はあると僕は何度も言っている。
Holy shit, George!
ならば今すぐゲストハウスに戻りバトラとマリアを殺しなさい。それが終わったら他の人質たちも連れてきてあげる。
He's like, okay.
君の手でシャノン以外の全員をその目の前で処刑してみせるのよ。できるんでしょ？
できるね。僕の覚悟は君程度のそれとはレベルが違う。
The OG sprite of this face of his is hilarious. Oh god, I have to see it.
ならば実行しなさい。すべてに死を。新しき後ろ宮家の当主としてこの血塗られた儀式の遂行を。
了解したよ。実行する。僕は今やもう後ろ宮家の当主だ。
George!
ええ、そうよ。
Oh well, goodbye everybody.
自らの手でその玉座を赤く染めなさい。君は悪魔たちを滑る魔界の王となる。
Gap was convinced. This man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness. Oh yeah. He sure is. But George is going out.
鳴らせよ雷鳴。新しき魔王の誕生を祝うがいい。悪魔の島は今新しい王を迎えた。
Already? In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence.
でさ、その殺害の順番だけど僕が決めていいわけだよね。
He's going to start with her.
どうぞご自由に。
Or more like with
新しき
Kinzo.
六軒島の魔王陛下、あなたの御心の赴くままに。
とりあえずさ、その一番目が君になるわけだけどいいかな。
Oh! He's gonna be like, I'm gonna start with you. A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It definitely carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gap truly did see the storm wiped away and the sky covered with a pure white and vast blue full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon.
後ろ宮家親族のすべての命さえも今や僕の財産だ。それに損害を出してくれた賠償、安くは済まないよ。まさか僕の両親に夏日おばさん、ルドルフおじさん、ローザおばさん、そして源氏さんの命を奪っておいてこの僕が見逃すと本気で思ってるのかい？
Oh boy, let's go!
はは生意気よ。
Ronobe was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart, but right before he could, his hand stopped. What happened? On the carpet at their feet, 2 small red flowers bloomed with a plop, plop, plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens, on Jessica's fist. Oh, what's this? Ronobe's nose was stained with red with spewing blood, and those drops had been dripping onto the carpet. Oh shit!
ちなみにさっきのは乙女としての回答な。次期当主としての回答は別だぞ。
What's this?
お伺いします。
大好きな人も家族も親族もみんな私が守る。私が当主なら それは私の責務だ。お父さんは威張ってるだけじゃない。私や母さんを守ってた。後宮家を受け継ぐ重圧ってやつと何十年も戦ってた。
She throwing hands with Ronovia, let's go!
だからわかるぜ。次期当主ってのはな。だからさ、捨てられるんだよ。自分の命くらい簡単にかけられちまうんだよ。
Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had loved and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Ronove's face. Oh shit! That terrifying strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. She's using brass knuckles? It was a strike of a person a family had who could throw away everything in order to protect.
父さんが次期当主の資格を失ったなら、順当に次の当主は私が継承するぜ。後宮家当主、後宮ジェシカ。これ以上好きにさせるほどふぬけちゃいねえぜ。
素晴らしい回答です。
Man, he had his face punched in. Let's go,
先
Jessica.
ほどの点数を改めましょう。
But don't scar his face, please.
その回答に10点プラス見事な左ストレート10点プラス。
That's 80%, huh?
ってことはあと20点プラスで100点満点だな。
Ooh! She's fighting as Ronovich jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair. Oh! He violently whipped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and its place was a grin filled with a delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember. Oh no. Am I going to watch Ronovich fighting? Am I going to watch him fighting? Oh no. Oh no. No. I won't die. Speaking of that bathroom. I need to wash my face. My face is washed and I'm back. Oh no. I'm not ready.
満点に値するかどうかこのロノフへ試させていただきます。
Oh no, oh no, no, no.
うぜえぜかかってきやがれ
I'm going to die. Oh my god!
おいで奈落へ。
What's this? Suddenly beneath George's feet, a pitch black pitfall opened in its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch black hole that had opened up in the ceiling at the arbor. Woo! Leg! Look at that leg! As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. Look at that leg! The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rosebush. Another pitch black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time, a pitch black hole opened at Gab's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gab had already finished the preparation motion for the next reverse roundhouse kick. Now you're thinking with portals? Oh no! right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. And as Gap danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. Man, she's a kicker! The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. Do a sweep! Footsies! But of course there was no floor there, but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Cap once again spun around like a small cyclone. George was once again spat out from the ceiling edge of the arbor.
食らって噛みしめなさい。奈落の終点が一撃。死ね！
Look at the legs! Fantastic legs. Did he die already? Is that it? Man, George! The sharp strike of the queen pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling, and then time froze. George was pinned in mid-air by Gap's raised leg. Still pinned in mid-air, George moaned. Then Gap, with George still hung on her foot, grinned.
認めてあげるわ。君の態度だけは一人前よ。でも力が伴わなきゃダメだわ。知ってる？この世を滑るには3つの力が必要だそうよ。一つは権力、一つは財力、最後は何か知ってる？
Power。
本で読んだよ。暴力だろう。
正解。君にはそれが足りないわ。
Cap finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar. Man, no chance here.
権力を伴わない王者にも、財力を伴わない王者にも、そして暴力を伴わない王者にも、金蔵はその3つを兼ね備えたわ。だからこそ暴君として君臨した。君も金蔵の後継者を名乗るならば、その貫禄を見せてごらんなさい。ほら、いつまで寝ているの？立ちなさい。じゃないとまた落ちるわよ。
お！
悪くない動きですよ。
おいおいおいおいおい。Oh no no no. Oh no 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 no. No no, I'm not ready to see him fight yet.
いやー、ひょろひょろとちょこまかと反撃してこねえのかよ。なめてんのか、うぜえやつ。
Oh, he's dodging, huh? Ronoved dodged skillfully, jumped back and avoided Jessica's fist. Oh, elegant. But he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Why is he so smooth? Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges for so long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists but her legs as well. Woo! Let's go, Jessica!
ボクシングは腕でやるだけのうちは半人前です。腕は熱く吠えたける獅子のように、そして足は冷たく獲物を狙って追い詰める蛇のように。
Let's go!
蛇に足はねえぜ。
確か
に。She speaks the truth? Jessica began cornering Ronoved towards the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Ronoved's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Oh no, stop it, stop it! I can't, don't make me imagine it. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With his fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who lost any way to escape. Oh! Oh no!
ようやく追い詰めたぜ。みんなを捕らえている場所はどこだ。クソジジイのいる場所はどこだ。洗いざらい喋ったら、そのヒゲをむしり取るだけで勘弁してやるぜ。
Don't put the mustache. Don't.
それは困ります。これでもセットに毎朝1時間をかけているのですか。
An hour. Wow.
キブスの世話になったら、 それもできねえな。
He takes an hour to shave. That's so cute. An hour to shave and prepare his mustache. I didn't know he was this vain about his appearance. That's so cute. No. Help. Stop. Yamete. He has man boob. He has man boob. Look at him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that blood just goes through his arm. Oh, he tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. Ronobe smiled the same way, but twitched slightly.
なるほど、これは確かに痛いですね。
最終勧告。泣いて詫びろ。
それはできませんね。キャラが崩れます。
なら、お前が崩れ落ちるといいぞ。スルベ打ちだ。
Oh, is it time? Jessica's fists were buried into Ronobe. Oh, but there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass would startle Jessica. At glance, it looked like Ronobe had caught Jessica. Look! I can't! He's so handsome! Oh, that wasn't quite true. When Ronobe opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a heart's breath. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fist fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Ronobe caught all of them.
悪魔ですので。
Stop it, stop it!
この程度の魔法くらいは。それにしても、なかなかやりますね。人間だったら、私はここで降参だったでしょう。悪魔だから、まだ戦い続けることができる。
I can't! Help me! Chat! Chat, please help!
それで終わりですか？攻撃を繰り出すばかりで、ご自身の防御がおろそかではありませんか？
No, please don't let the fight end already. No! Ronobe's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away with the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed. Please don't die yet. Please. I need this fight to continue for my own sanity. My shield cannot be broken by a barrier.
もう二度と私の体に触れることができると思わぬ。
I am touching that body of yours later.
ならよ、そのシールドごとぶち抜いてやるぜ。
I am not human after all.
不屈な方だ。その根性。
I don't think there's a bat big enough to deliver the needed ball. What do you mean?
実にふさわしい。
I need help, not a bug.
もう少しお相手させていただきましょうかね。これも試験官の役得です。
砕けろ
！Oh, we're back to Gap and George. I see. I'll die. You guys, I'm going to die. Help. Help. If my what an embarrassing display. Gap looked down on George, sneering. Yuppie deserved a lifetime sentence in horny jail. No! That was tame. That was very tame. Listen, I could have said a lot more, but Twitch would have banned me. Secondly, you haven't seen the shit I've said to my boyfriend before. That was tame. Oh yeah, that was very tame. I can say a lot more intense shit. Someone go pour some cold water on her. Yeah, don't worry. My boyfriend will be here tomorrow. He'll pour water on me. Sorry. Gab looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked as though the even the heavens were walking in.
立ちなさい。また落ちるわよ。
George stood up shakily. Seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant.
命乞いなさい。君のしていることは何も選ばない。4番目の君が選んだのは3番目の選択肢でしょ。両手両膝をついて詫びれば私への比例を許してあげるわ。
No.
そしたら君を地下牢へ案内してあげる。そこで君は愛するシャノンと非力な自分のために他の人質たちを一人ずつ殺していくの。できるわよね。その覚悟はあると君は豪語したわ。
George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender.
あまり強情が過ぎると今度こそ奈落の底の底まで落ちるわよ。
Please, I want to see Gap fighting more. Gap's strength was evident. That was probably clear even more than it was to George himself. To Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror.
庄司様、もうやめて。私なんかのために。
姉さん。
Oh, poor Shannon.
私のことなんて好きにならなければ、ジョージ様は誰とも戦わなくていいんでしょ。なら、私なんて捨ててください。忘れてください。
Oh, there was no way that voice could have reached George, but even so, George answered.
嫌だね、僕は屈服しない。
へえ、どうして？
それが僕の覚悟だからだ。僕はシャノンのために全てと戦う。そして全てに認めさせ、全てに僕たちを祝福させる。
ねえ、聞かせて。どうしてあのシャノンとかいう家具のためにそこまで言えるの？あんなのただの出来損ないじゃない。
I feel like saying exactly that is going to make George want to throw fists.
給仕一つ満足にできないガラクタ家具だわ。
愛する女性への暴言を僕はそれ以上許さない。
だったら何？
Punch you, I guess.
ひ弱な僕ちゃんが私にどう抗うというのかしら。
人を愛するとは強さだ。それを知ったから僕は強くなれた。シャノン、僕は君を愛している。その言葉だけで僕は何度でも立ち上がれるんだ。
シャノンは地下牢よ。私に愛を語られても。
いや、伝わった。それが愛だからだ。シャノンには今僕の言葉が聞こえているよ。そうだと信じられることこそが愛だ。
The power of love. George is a magical girl.
シャノン、君は家具なんかじゃない。家具だったとしても世界でただ一つの僕だけの家具だ。生涯僕と寄り添ってほしい。僕には君が永遠に必要だ。
庄司様。
お
ー、焼けるわ。口説きならうちの人を超えたわね。
若さですな。
Kitty is about to break out of this prison with the power of envy. Power of love overcomes anything. Indeed.
愛が強さなら坊やはどうしてそんなにひ弱なの？その弱さがつまり君の愛の程度なわけね。 婚約者への愛もひ弱、両親のあっけない死に様もひ弱。君の人生は何から何までひ弱だわ。
George is about to throw fists.
シャノンは僕に愛と強さを教えてくれた。もし君が僕の強さだけでシャノンへの愛を確かめようというのなら、僕の愛を教えよ
う。言うわね。なるほど。何度も蹴り倒されて転がされ、それでも立ち上がるのがシャノンからもらった強さだと。ならあっけなく殺されたあんたのお父さんとお母さんからは何をもらったの？
At that time there was a blackout, even though they were outside.
違う。これは。
Oh! The thing blocking Gap's vision was his leg, was the bottom of George's foot. Shoe.
側頭蹴り、尾骨骨折。
Oh! It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gap's nose.
母さんにもらったものはこの蹴りだ。
Oh, Eva teach him how to fight? That's awesome. I like this theme, by the way. It's very awesome. Several moments after, Gap jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage he'd announced.
そして父さんにもらったのが忍耐力。
Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude.
君の暴力的意思表示は理解した。また婚約者と両親への名誉毀損も理解した。そしてそれを撤回する気がないんだね。
It's gaming time. Let's go.
君の攻撃はもう十分に理解したから、そろそろいいかな。反撃して。
ほざくな。坊やの分際で。
A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. He's a gamer. Download complete. Oh, let's go. He's got the download. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver.
忍耐とは熱くならず冷静に相手の出方を研究することだ。何のために？決まってるじゃないか。
わかんないわよ。
反撃してきっちり借りを返し、二度とちょっかいを出したくないと思わせ。
Oh, Eva taught you well.
涙と鼻水で顔面をぐちゃぐちゃにして、それを拭うのを忘れて額を地面にこすりつけて、何度も謝りたくなるほどに完膚なきまでに完璧に。
That sounds exactly the sort of shit Eva would do. Oh, I see where you got your Eva attitude
叩きのめすためだよ。
George dashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gap a second time.
後ろ回し蹴り。
Eva best mom, yes. Except when she's with Andre, I guess.
顎部骨折。
Woo! Legs, legs, legs! We got the footsies! It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gap's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gap's face, it stopped at a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gap kicked at George's chin as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed the kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but a slide through the air where George no longer was. Legs, legs, legs for days!
鎖骨骨折。
By Gap's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. George, my mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. Indeed. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries. Sweep the legs! Yes!
資金じゃ私より強いの。距離を。
She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
バカが 私を倒せるチャンスを3度も逃して傲慢。
Don't
奈落の底で後悔なさい。
Don't get mixed and don't get brushed out, indeed. Just don't get hit. When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind caught Gab's bangs. Yes, it cut them. It happened twice. This time it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure.
Armada con martello.
Armada con martello!
第一撃で眼底骨折。第二撃で脳挫傷。
What? Gap was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all the distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy of the edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several more of her bangs.
空手で蹴りの威力を、テコンドーで速度、カポエイラでは自在の間合いを学んだ。
George learned capoeira? Yeah, boy!
母さんがいろいろと移り気でね。
Lindo menino.
でも、いろいろと特徴を学べて、
Esse é o meu senhor.
なぜ当てない？私が女だからとでも言うのか？
君は王者の力として3つ目に暴力と言ったね。君はどうやらまだその暴力の意味を誤解しているようだ。この場合の暴力は、
yes.
短絡的に振るわれる乱暴のことを言うんじゃない。敵対すれば無傷では済まないという抑止のことを指すんだよ。
抑止だと
Wait, I forgot to read, I'm sorry! In short, this was what it meant. This was why all George's attacks up until then had stopped the hair's breadth away. These spare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any of those would have probably crushed Gap. He had daringly not done that.
君も言ったろ。暴力は滑る力だと。暴力で相手を破壊してしまったら滑られないじゃないか。王者の暴力とはね、見せるだけなんだよ。破壊しない。屈服させて自らの財産とするんだからね。君に泡でも吹かれたらみんなの囚われてる場所に案内させられないよ。
Gap had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense.
みんなのところへ案内してもらうよ。抵抗はおすすめしない。もう寸止めはしないよ。
ごめんねリア。あんたの兵隊借りさせて。私一人じゃ手に負えないわこいつ。
Oh, goats! Oh no! As a large pit black hole opened in the sky, clunk clunk clunk, 3 muscular goats attendants fell out. They surrounded George. I think this made the perfect chance for the others to escape.
増援会？それは僕がひ弱であることを撤回したと受け止めていいのかな。
認めるわ。あんたの人間の力を侮ってたわ。
違うね。これが愛を覚えた男の強さなのさ。
I am man who knows love. I am now a magical girl.
ほざけ！臭いことをシャーシャーと。さあヤギたち、その男を潰して肉団子にしてやりなさい。このヤギたちはバカだけどパワーだけはあるみたいよ。あんたの死体婚約者にも見分けがつかなくしてあげるわ。
降伏拒否並びに継戦の意思了解したよ。以後は君の攻撃に等しい分だけ君に実害が及ぶことを宣言する。
Oh my god.
僕をまだ攻撃するつもりなら相応の損害を受けることになると覚悟するがいい。
Oh! When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gap, being a demon, could.
魔法？どうしてこいつが防御結界を？
Because he loves Shaman.
しかもそれ反撃特化。それがあんたの抑止という意味。
From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eyes, it was determination. It was determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore. and which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. What? No! Are we back here? Yamero! No! Ronobe had inaccurately blocking Jessica's face with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm get jarred and it hurt. Oh! And it should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Oh, he's not liking it. Ronobe tried to act like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed. His arm is hurt!
私はバテねえぜ。どうしたよ、おっさん。ちっとは答えてきたかよ。
いくら攻撃しようとも無駄ですよ。
無駄無駄無駄 Why can't you this?
砕けないからってよ。殴るのをやめはしないぜ。どんな固い心にだって言葉はわずかずつ響き、やがてはひびを入れることだってできるんだ。
His palm feels
私は信じてる。
He's hurting.
この世に無駄な努力なんて存在しないってな。だから生きるんだろ、思いっきり。言葉だっていつか通じるなら拳だって同じってことだぜ。私の辞書には諦めるって文字は書いちゃいねえんだぜ。
Don't let Nurse P near you, run away for your own safety. What do you mean? There's no Nurse P. Those words are probably aimed at Kanon. Kanon had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that, no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. Also, I can just patch his arm up, like with a bandage. It's all good. You guys are too worried. She believed that they would surely reach his heart and the day would come where he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart. Let's go, Jessica!
みてえだろ。男には理解できねえだろ。恋する乙女ってのはな、無駄だから諦めるって考えがねえんだぜ。
Oh, I sure understand. At that time, Ronobe certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that's encircled Jessica's fist. Oh, she also got it.
これは参りました。エンチャントですか。
Oh boy.
浸透付与とは厄介。
Inside her unrelenting fist and determination dwelled her power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic.
な、無駄なんてことはねえだろ。通ってんだろ、私の拳。腕をかばってるぜ、おっさん。
もう少し本気を出さざるを得ないようですね。
What? More serious than now? Are you trying to kill me?
おっしゃる通りのようです。
Are you trying to kill me?
この世に無駄なことなどない。
そうさ、無駄なんて諦めたら、そこで人生が終わっちまうぜ。
Help!
通じるんだよ、絶対に。
I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Kanon-kun about the new world someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone.
くそ！なんとか隙間を。
That's great. That's great, Kraus. Kraus was repeating his useless efforts to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
よせ、無茶だ。クラウスさん、素手でどうにかなるもんじゃない。道具を探しましょう。無茶をするんじゃない。
無駄と諦めたらそれまでと娘に言われてしまった。
Oh, let's go!
体は無理でも小柄なシャノンかカノンが抜けられれば。
この段階に至っては出ない知恵を絞るより行動あるのみで力を合わせましょう。私もやるわ。カノン君、男の子でしょ、手を貸して。カノン君？
He's bringing out the blade, huh?
旦那様、下がってください。
何をする気だ。
いいよね姉さん、もう一度だけあがいても。
お、Is it time?
私ももう一度だけあがくよ。一度だけじゃない、何度でも。
Jessica's voice had reached Kanon. It certainly had permeated into his cold rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally, and in the next flash they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shots cut by a sword. Klaus, Kitty, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what had just happened. They are free!
南條先生、お屋敷や廊下をどっちに？
左奥だ、左奥。
参りましょう。すぐにワルギリア様に気づかれます。
Go, 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 go!
あんたたちは一体何なの？
僕たちは。
When Kanon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
私たちは人間です。
Yes! Aww.
ワルギリア様！警戒網に反応。脱獄です。なぜか見張りのヤギがいません。
どうしてです？
Let's go!
ガープですね。人の召喚物を勝手に。ガプガプガプ
That's cute.
交戦規定確認。脱走者への射殺許可を申請であります。おやりなさい。やっちゃいなさい。ガプガプガプガプガプ。
That's so cute.
了解であります。45、410追撃狙撃戦時
Lesbian witch, definitely.
男子収束誘導団ワルギリア様逃亡阻止結界を。
Virgilia is very cute, I agree. Gap gap.
そうでしたね。ここから逃がしはしませんよ。ガプガプ言ってたら舌噛みました。
Welp. The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, there was no problem for them now.
カノン、また鉄格子だ。頼む。
はい、旦那様。
Let's go! It's time for what?
しかしすごいわ。一体どういう原理なのかしら。
原理など興味ないね。大事なのは彼に鉄格子が切断できてここからだ。気にするなカノン。やれ。
お任せを。
I'm scared. Kanon sliced the metal bars again and with his red curved blade. But there was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch. Uh-oh.
なんとこれは頑丈な。
違う、エンチャントされてるワルギリア様の魔法杖だ。
Uh-oh.
切断できる？
もちろん。でも時間をかけるよ。
3分間待ってやる。
After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Kanon and Friend extended the red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bar, sparks sprayed almost as though he was melting through it with a burner. Cup, 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 cup.
切断はできそうだが手こずりそうだな。
旦那様、敵に捕捉されました。下がってください。
追って。誰も来てないわよ。
私の後ろに下がってください。狙われてます。
Yes!
45、データ治療。標的は捕捉。地形誤差修正。射撃曲線形成。制御点補正完了。410、データリンク。危険区域確認。問題なし。
WO 師団装填48発。個別誘導 F&F 収束誘導弾準備完了。
45、射撃準備完了。収束誘導弾装填。
Look at them with their laced hands. That's like the lesbian energy. A golden arrow that sparked gold was fired, leaving a gold tail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed.
何か光りましたぞ。
黄金の矢はシールドで防げない。カノン君、迎撃態勢、リンクしよ
う。
ゲートキーパー了解。姉さんと一緒に戦うのは久しぶりだ。動じらないでよ。
うん、本気でやる。
なら問題ない。
Oh, what's happening? Kanon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind them, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep into the darkness of the underground path. Yuri too strong? Yeah, the power of VLV is too strong. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all the shields and possesses a great perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets.
分裂した。
収束誘導弾、分裂確認、始弾、46、7、8、48、迎撃完成、カノンへデータリンク。
Oh my god!
カノン、データ受領。
What?
姉さんの能力はすごいな。48発全部見える。
迎撃優先順位に注意。姉さんを信じて。
もちろんだ。僕は目を開ける必要さえない。
Oh my god!
迎撃開始。
Every single one of them, huh?
目標健在。迎撃されました。いや、48発全部
I guess?
シャノンとカノンはもともと一組の家具ですからね。揃うと手強いこと。あいたたた、これ口内炎になっちゃうかしら。
She's still bleeding on the mouth.
落ち着け。再装填。弾種を変更。精密高速狙撃弾。精密狙撃戦準備。
そりゃいいね。追撃不能の超高速弾。ゲートキーパーごときじゃ防御不能だに。精密狙撃戦了解。精密射撃用データ収集開始。
一体今のは何なんだ。
安心して。私にもさっぱりよ。
Kitty's like, I don't fucking know either.
一つわかるのは、二人に頼らなきゃ死んでたってことね。
カノン君、ありがとう。鉄格子に戻って。多分次のは迎撃できない弾が来る。
そんな攻撃をどう防ぐんだ。
撃たせません。カノン君、霊視線防備。
At those words, Kanon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. Oh, what's going on?
あれ？射撃システム、ダメだ。再起動。
Oh, rebooting.
霊波妨害。霊視防護。急げ。何をしてるか。早く耳を塞げ45。
Uh-oh. An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Chester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. What's happening?
45損傷。コンパイラのエンジンがいっちゃったよ。
Well?
いや、私もノイズがひどい
45、410。そして00。損傷。狙撃戦を断念。リンクでモロに来た。再起動しないと。
Facing their spirit particle, sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released, and not only 45 who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410 had been linked with her, were taken down.
大丈夫ですか？後でまた美味しい紅茶を入れてあげますからね。しっかり。
I wonder if Virgilia would fight.
申し訳ございませんで、再起動をかけます。数百秒ほどお待ちを。
All of them Chester's sister had fallen over. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
家具がブグを一時的にとはいえ退けますか。なるほど。あの子の面白がる筋書きは実に大番狂わせが多いこと。
Virgilia toward the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door.
さあさあおいでなさい。お仕事の時間ですよ。脱走者たちを殺して捕らえなさい。死体でいいのですよ。どうせ蘇生できるし。
Oh boy. It's time for more goats, huh? Also, oh god, I hate having to drink tea because now I have to go to the bathroom again. I hate this about drinking tea because it helps my throat and I can breathe longer for it, but then I have to go to the bathroom all the time. A gold-colored door opened in the air. Countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out.
さあさあ急ぎなさい。脱走者は5人いるから5等賞までの早い者勝ち。素敵なご褒美がありますよ。さあさあ頑張って頑張って。
Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After facing each other at those wars, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out. Making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so no one could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Kanon had managed to cut through bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist. But even so, they all managed to make it through. After they did, they only had a couple of seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. Oh jeez.
厳重ね。よっぽどここの人を逃がしたくなかったんでしょうね。
カノン、すまんがもう一度頼む。
Lethal waste, that's already...
辛いだろうが
That's a bit mean, isn't it? There was a sweat on Kanon's forehead. They could tell at a glance that cutting metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him.
はい、お任せを、旦那様。
お前にしかできん。どうか頼む。
Only he could do it. Holding it tightly onto those words, Kanon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again.
後方、敵が来ます。複数。
ええ、今度は私たちにもわかるわ。すごい地響きね。とんでもない化け物が殺到してくるのがわかるわ。
ご安心を。今抜けた鉄格子を私が魔法錠で封鎖します。ヤギたちごときには破れません。
Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars they had gone through, but she stopped right away.
どうかしましたか？
ワルギリア様が霊波妨害の中和を開始。破られるとまずい。シエスタ姉妹の再起動後のイニシアチブを奪われます。
可愛いウサギたちをいじめてくれたお返しはたっぷりとさせていただきますよ。
Oh boy.
この小賢しい霊視で優位に立とうというなら、それを丸ごと剥ぎ取って私が奪ってあげます。
あのヤギたちにその鉄格子の隙間は狭すぎる。しばらくは食い止めてくれるはず。
何を言っているかさっぱりだもん。
だいぶヤバいってことだけは理解できたわ。
Kitty picked up a metal bar that Kanon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fist, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from.
この鉄格子で遮るものはおしまいのはずだ。
ここから屋敷までどのくらいあるんです？
かなり歩く。道は平坦だが30分は歩いた記憶が。
Oof.
全力疾走ならその半分ってことだわ。
Can you run for 15 minutes? They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against the demon opponents after all this time.
歩く2倍の速度で走れば15分。さらにその2倍で走れば8分を切るわ。
Kirie, can you do the Sonic?
さらにその倍の全力疾走なら5分かからん。
Bruh.
もったいない。
むちゃくちゃな計算ですが。
I'm just like, I can't, please.
ですが、カジマの計算式はそういうものです。
申し訳ございません。後を頼みます。
任せたまえ。カノンは1秒でも早く鉄格子を。シャノンはワルギリアとかいう魔女への妨害に専念したまえ。追っては私とキリエさんで防ぐ。
Oh boy. Then the roars of the beast rang out from the darkness, and several fiercely glowing bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kirie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars. Would you trust Kraus with your life? I don't know. The group of ghosts crashed into metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent as if collapsing. And their charging power probably was on par with a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they probably would likely have overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. With a group of ghosts pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of pain from the game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars. Then grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. I wouldn't even trust him with $5. Kirie sharply jabbed her metal pole at the goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Kirie, let's go! Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kirie relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down all his weight and kicking power combined. All that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in. Man.
大丈夫ですかな。幹部は揉まないように。お薬は後で処方しましょう。お大事に。
As the goat had taken a pile bunker to its vitals bright with teary eyes, it nodded its head. I love this interaction.
結構いけるじゃない。シャノンちゃんたちには負けられないわ。
当然じゃないか。私たちは仲良し一族だからね。
Naturally for a loving family.
2人がかりでならいけるわ。次、右側のあいつ。
了解だ。いい嫁さんじゃないか。ルドルフめ。少し愚痴が多かったんじゃないか。
へえ、後で聞かせてもらうわ。ルドルフさん、天国で青くなっても手遅れよ。
And we continue fighting. The goat's massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that Rex's power is 3 times that of an arm's, the strain surpassed common sense. This scene is going to take a while, isn't it? To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the shin and thrown through the air, it was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised.
僕の蹴りが化け物にも通用したとはね、驚きだよ。
あんたの反撃特化結界のせいよ。ブレイズした攻撃力をそのまま自らに上乗せしてる。あんたの蹴りにはその化け物どもの怪力が加算されてるのよ。
へえ、よくわからないけど僕にぴったりじゃないか。誰であろうとも攻撃してくるなら等しい反撃を覚悟してもらう。専守防衛、僕のポリシーそのものだ。
That's why Cap couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitant to attack. As a counter should. The ghost had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying. But the second effect had worked in full against that.
こいつらは単調だね。パワーが互角であるならば小柄な方が有利だ。
He lightly dodged the roguelike arms. When those arms touched the barrier that protected George, she let off a strong red light. The tip of the counter-attacking foot would then gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then George's neck roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no! A heel was dropped onto the back of its head and it was forced to kiss the ground.
上段回し蹴りからの練りチャギは基本だろ。たまにやると結構当たるよ。
Damn.
こいつ厄介だわ。マジで厄介だわ。
何が悪魔だ、何が魔女だ。六軒島の主人はこの後ろ宮家だよ。それを体で教えてやるよ。
Oh my god.
こいつ。
The only way to finish off George, now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style, was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next, then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him into death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gap's pitfalls. If he could jump over that next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest. Just as he had been done to his parents. So he was able to envision that scene vividly. Gap hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. No! I have to put up with more! No! It's almost midnight! Oh, those barriers are glitched. Even though Orobe held out a shield, a glitched out shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fist anymore. The enhancement on Jessica's fist grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times. And those fists had been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fist worthy to fight on par with a demon. Stop! Why is this so good looking?
へばってきたんじゃねえのかよ。動きが鈍ってきてるぜ。
いいえ、ジェシカ様の動きと思考、動体視力が飛躍的にエンチャントされているのです。私の動きは最初から変わっていませんよ。あなたの動きが私を捉えつつあるのです。
She's getting stronger.
それでも反撃はしねえわけか。
これが私のこだわりですので。しかしこのままというわけにもいきますまい。そろそろ本気で終わりにさせてもらいますよ。
No, stop making that face. He looks so good. Ronove's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way. Oh, because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious. Help. Am I supposed to keep putting up with this, guys?
なんだこれ?
A purple shield? Our colors match! With a gesture of his whole body that he couldn't call elegant, Clove held out a shield with all his strength, a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Ronove's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Uh-oh. Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid.
これがお前の本気かよ。上等だぜ。打ち砕いてやらー。
今度はそうはさせません。この壁は一味違います。どれ、私もエンチャントさせていただきましょう。
Oh! Oh no, when Onobe made a magic sign, almost like a dance! Almost like a dance! He's a Naruto! The wall glowed red for just an instant, and some kind of omnis power welled from within. Jessica was able to recognize it almost immediately with her body. Onobe screwed and Jessica screwed. Oh. Every time her fist hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her.
攻撃反応装甲を付与させていただきました。
Oh my god.
ジェシカ様の攻撃を相殺することで威力を減退させ、のみならず反応破片で反撃までできる優れものです。殴り続けるのは大いに結構ですが、それは自らにも及びますよ。
She doesn't give a shit.
つまりお前の壁と私の我慢比べってことかよ。上等だ。
ジェシカ様が膝をつくのが先か、壁に押し込まれるのが先か。
Let's see.
見物させていただきましょう。
打ち破ってこの壁ごとお前の横っ面をぶっ飛ばす方が先かもな。見てやがれ。
Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over. No! Oh no! She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved into a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain.
Kanon, まだかね。私たちは平気だが、奴らを防ぐ鉄格子が平気ではなさそうだ。
もう少しです。
Oh boy.
こいつらキリがないわ。おしくらまんじゅうだけで鉄格子を破りかねない。
The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up with by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. Incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They shouldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Kana had finally finished cutting.
早く！
キリルさん、レディーファーストだ。南條先生も続いて。
旦那様、ここは僕に任せてください。
Are you sure?
これは
Kano's red sword had cut the metal bars disappeared. What's up?
ごめん、ワルギリア様の霊視線影響下に入った。私たちの魔力が中和されてる。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
よくも大魔女と呼ばれた私にここまで抗ったものです。
Uh-oh.
もはやその地下道ではあなたたちの魔法は使えませんよ。
A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Virgilia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had.
霊視優勢を確保。さあ、シエスタ姉妹、今度こそあなたたちの出番ですよ。
Uh-oh.
ってまだ再起動してるんですか？
Where's Battler when you need him? Good question.
なんで最近の子は寝起きが悪いの？
申し訳ありませんであります。私たち全員バージョンが違ってて。
なんでバージョン変わるたびにショートカットとプルダウンがしっちゃかめっちゃかになるに。
Oh yeah, like
前回
computers?
不正の終了がありました？管理者権限？何これわけわかんない。
Oh boy, you kids didn't really have a computer lesson, huh?
早く直して。
この得体トラブルシュートにコール。
Oh no.
ユーザーコードがないと教えない。
Oh my god, they run on Windows indeed.
ユーザーコードは45が管理してるに。
Oh boy.
9999にしか聞こえん。紙に書かせろ。
言語支援システム再起動できてないから文字も書けないに。
Bruh.
お前たちはゆっくり修理していなさい。私が行ってきます。
Oh, Virgilia's going on her own. Windows, huh? The narrow underground passage was packed with ghosts, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Virgilia was again shocked by this congestion.
何をやってるんですか？ご褒美が欲しいから一番乗りがしたい？他のヤギにご褒美を奪われたくないから邪魔をし合っている？
Oh no.
このおバカヤギたちが！私が行きますから道を開けなさい。何？嫌ですって？ワルギリア様がご褒美を奪うつもりだ？なんでスクラム組んでるんですか？きつい狭い。
Oh my god, unbelievable.
いつからここはヤギ専用車両に？今お尻触った子、次の駅で降りなさい。
Oh my god.
何あなた、こっちへ来いって。
The five in Kraus's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't waddle around in an underground passage place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would be no longer any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. And their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars. They stand together against the witch. They want the prize! But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It almost felt like being chased by ghosts. For a second they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling in front of them fell in and a single goat stood in their path. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder. Uh-oh.
賢い子が近道を知っていました。偉い子ですね。一等賞ですよ。後で手作りのサバのカレー煮をご馳走してあげますよ。
Mackerel curry. Maybe Drill was happy about the dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting his hands together and writhing. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate.
くそ、ダメだ。魔力が完全に殺されてる。
まだよ。魔法がなくても、私たちにはまだこの体がある。
Oh no.
無茶だ。あんな化け物にあの不思議な力がなくて戦えるわけがない。
子供たちは下がっていたまえ。
Kraus is going to fight.
私が何とかするから。その隙にあの化け物の両脇を駆け抜けるんだ。
させませんよ。
When Virgilia clapped her hand, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her. Kraus, woo! Stealing even the faint hope that Kraus had been betting on.
団地、キュースか。いや、まだだ。ジェシカも戦った。私が戦わんわけにはいかん。
本気なの？無理よ。あんな巨大な化け物に。
He will try anyway.
めちゃくちゃだ。クラウスさん、他の方法を考えましょ
う。思いついたら提案してくれた。それまでも私が何とかするしかないようだ。さあ、下がりたまえ。
気をつけて。おやおや、クラウス。あなた一人でこの子と戦うつもりですか？
わからんぞ。戦いにはまぐれあたりの一発だってあり得る。
まぐれでも勝てるつもりとお思いですか？身の程知らずのあなたのために私が状況を整理して差し上げましょう。あなたが 100% の力を発揮したとして あなたの戦闘力はせいぜい6。
Oh boy.
対してこの子の戦闘力は1000。つまりあなたが100人束になっても絶対に勝てないということです。まあ確かに戦いには不確定要素があります。その戦闘力に多少の倍率がかかることも認めましょう。しかしそれでもあなたがこの子を倒せる確率は 0.00001% というところでしょうか。お分かりかしら。あなたには万に一つの勝ち目もないということです。
3. Virgilia and the goat guffaw to the head.
くそ、毎日ということは配当は1万倍ということではないか。いい大穴だ。そういう馬券は好きだよ。買いたくなる。
それを買うコインはあなたの命1枚しかありませんよ。しかしそれでもその奇跡に運命を託したいというあなたの気持ちですので、
Just business people, huh? Indeed.
あなたの勇気をたたえ一つハンデを差し上げましょう。4. この子は左腕一本で戦います。
5.
まあそれでもあなたに負ける気は全くしませんが。
6.
それにしても何かしら、さっきからピンポンピンポンと。
よ、その勝負受けて立ってやる。
ピンポン
左腕だろうとなんだろうと、どうせ私は一撃で殺されるだろう。私のチャンスもまた一撃しかないのだ。それに全てかけるしかあるまい。
むちゃくちゃだ、クラウスさん。あんたがボクシングをやってたことは知っているが、それでも大学時代のはず。
Oh, he did boxing, huh?
いやいや、仮にプロのボクサーがいたとしても、あんな化け物一撃で倒せるはずもない。
リングの上での試合なら確かにね。でもクラウス兄さんが望みをかけるチャンスがわずかだけどあるわ。彼はそれに全て望みをかけている。
まさか。しかしそんなのうまくいくわけがない。
旦那様、
見ていろ。一撃で決めてやる。
Shallow. I know that what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle with fight with a single blow, their power will be double what is normal. Both will crash together, so it's a relative 4 times normal. Even if on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit that will only double the power again. In short, Kraus' maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot at full 20 times. Oh, if you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates. Let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? If only this series could stretch on so long. Either way, you don't even have the slight chance of victory. 7. Hey, seriously, what does that bing bong sound?
私も一撃に全てをかけさせていただく。ヤギ君も遠慮することはない。本気で来たまえ。
全力を要望ですよ。本気の一撃で粉砕し、肉片に変えてやりなさいな。
And he goes. As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Okay, so he beat his chest like a freaking gorilla. Is that what you wanted? Bet your hopes on the greatest limit of your power level, and despair when even that gets you nowhere. 8. It rang again! What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves! The goat howled in response. Then with a match timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fury-glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. You could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards. When he would punch through Klaus and blow him away. Umineko Ball Z, yeah. And when he would win perfectly. 9. The long painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. 10. She's gonna eat me! Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. What is this? Go on ahead and leave this to me, senpai! I want an anime just based on the goats. Those faint glimpses of the warm concern of his senpais felt for him. 11. 12. Sorry to keep you waiting. You guys, what are you doing? Those faint glimpses of the warm concern for his senpais felt for him, and the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged when he had been accepted as one of his comrades. He's got a full backstory, I'm losing it. 13. Oh, was that Maria? I never showed proper respect to my parents. 14. That's right, didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown? 15. I'm sorry, little ghost sister. Your Onishan always costs you so much trouble. 16. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm gonna marry her when I go home. 18, 19, 17. Sorry, 19.
Yeah! ダメ！負けフラグ立てすぎちゃダメ！そのパンチはダメよ！避けて！
It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed.
愚かね、ワルギリア。
Oh, was that like a death flag counter?
冷静な判断を変えたようよ。
I love that.
そのパンチを受けてはなりません。弾きなさい。
The very instant the goat's left straight and Klaus's right straight crossed, the goat obeyed Virgilia's order with a super fast reflex, then pulled his straight back, repelling Klaus's punch. That's right, Virgilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of those loser flag amplifies the power level of one's opponent.
危ないところでした。こんな負けフラグ立てまくりの状態で食らっていたら、どれほどの威力に倍率がかかっていたことか。
I feel like that's like a jab at a meta narrative and tropes.
そう、そこでガラ空きの右側面に右ストレートを叩き込んでやりなさい。
I love this.
何？
When a girl witch gets wrecked by a girl boss. But which girl boss though? Come on, from there, smash the complete. Okay, what?
左腕一本で戦う約束？約束は破るためにあるのでしょうが！
20.
いやー、また立った！失望よ、ワルギリア。あなたはやはり冷静を欠いていたわ。なんですって。直前に気づいて避けさせた私のどこが冷静でないと。
どうしてですか、キリエ様。あのまま激突していたら旦那様の勝ちだったのでは。
そうか。負けフラグの数が20で。
I can't take this seriously.
まだ足りないんだ。
Klaus's and Goat's double rush made for ×4. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for ×8. On top of that, there was an amplification of ×20, equal of the number of loser flags, making it for ×160. At a glance, that was incredible amplification, but even so, Klaus' power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level 960. Just barely below the goat's 1000.
だから冷静じゃないと言ったのよ。あなた失敗したわ。そのまま激突していればあなたの勝ちだったのよ。たとえそうだったとしても、この右ストレートでクラウスの頭を砕けば同じこと。死ね、後ろ宮クラウス。
食らいたまえ、ボクシング界最強の一撃を。
The uppercut. After applying Krause's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open, but they crossed Krause's left straight. The two punches crossed and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
まさかこのタイミングで相打ちに持ってくるとは。しかし戦闘力は160倍止まりで960。うちのこの1000には及びませんでしたよ。
Except?
いや、ワルギリアさん、あんたの負けだ。
どうして？
あんた、最初のクロスカウンターを弾かせちまった。
Ryukishi had a lot of fun writing this one. Indeed he did.
確かに、その次に繰り出した右ストレートが当たれば、クラウスさんは粉々にされていただろう。しかし、そいつをクロスされてしまった。こりゃあダメだ。悪いが、あんたんとこのヤギさんの乾杯だよ。
The cross counter was 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's double cross counter with 8 times with destructive power. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world. Yagi in shambles! And if that's his cross, then by the principle of average, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world. It's even written in the Minme Shobu book.
クラウスさんの戦闘力は6。
双方2倍の踏み込みで4倍。
クリティカルヒットで8倍。
負けフラグの立てすぎで160倍。
そしてトリプルクロスカウンターでさらに12倍。
1920。
Well, this power level is 100. 1000. No, wait, 1100. 520. Krause's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai. Stop.
これは勝利を最後まで諦めなかったクラウスさんの執念と
We went
あんた
full
の
Dragon
慢心
Ball.
が招いた結果だ。どちらが欠けてもこの威力にはならなかった。あんたよく戦ったよ。もう倒れてもいいんだぞ。
Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. And he fell. Yonichan gave it his all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virgilia. Oops! Looks like goat is back on the menu, indeed! The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. Alright, tell us, go.
悪く思うな。テコの原理を侮ったのが君の敗因だ。
どうしてあのカウンターでテコの原理が働くのかしらね。永遠の謎だわ。
今のうちに逃げましょう。ヤギさんもお大事に。
それでは失礼します、ワルギリア様。
ペコリ。
Nothing personal, kid.
待ちなさい。これどけて。ガブガブガブガブガブガブ。
Gup can help you now. After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. Oh my god. I'm not sure if I can continue reading. I have to continue reading, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I have to continue reading. Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Ronobe advanced with his magic wall bit by bit, and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. I'm sorry, I have to see Ronobe's fight finished before I go to sleep. I can't. Considering the distance, she threw out her fist. This will be her final strike. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body and was all worn out. I'm not sure if I can continue reading. Also, Ronove appeared. Must continue. I must. I don't want to leave this fight halfway through. Are you? Do you see him? He looks so cute.
あなたを押しつぶすつもりはありません。
Crush me instead.
あなたの処遇は親方様が決めますからね。
It's okay, Jessica. I will be crushed in your stead.
しかし、ジェシカ様のナイスファイトは。私からも特に申し上げるつもりですよ。
ふざけるんじゃねえぜ。まだ終わっちゃいねえぜ。
あなたは満身創痍。
ナイスファイト。
勝っているのもやっとではありませんか。あなたは最後の一撃に全ての力を込めるつもりでいるようだ。しかし、その最後の一撃はむしろあなたにとって命取りになりますよ。
The damage reflected by Ronove's magic circle was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch will be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it will be for Jessica.
わかってるぜ。そんなことはよ。
警告します。もうおやめなさい。それがあなたのためです。
強がるなよ。お前の壁がもう破れかかってるんだろ。殴ってきた私には手応えで分かってるんだぜ。
Oh no. That was a fact. Ronove's wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fist had been imbued with an unimaginable magic power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Ronove as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would be bound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed.
もう一度だけ言います。おやめなさい。
No!
あなたのためを思って言っています。
Stop being so handsome! Stop it! Stop!
やかましいぜ。
Look at him!
覚悟しやがれ。
Jessica howled, putting all the strength of her greatest final destructive power into her fist. She roared. You go, girl. Oh boy. No, George next. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gap. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gap was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time.
落とし穴は使わないのかい?
Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them.
来ないなら行くよ。
来なさいよ。今さら小細工も何もないわ。私のこの蹴りで決着をつけてやる。
For an instant, she thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, ah, darkness covered Gap. George, with his heels swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon.
かかったわね。
He's channeling Kiryu-chan! He's channeling Kiryu! The dragon of Tojima. I just remembered I finished chapter 6. Oh.
これで私の勝ちよ。後ろ宮ジョージ!
Is it?
何?
Cap opened the vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and sped out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Cap had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall in George's landing spot.
You
sure?
面白かったわよ。 死になさい。あんたみたいな上等。後ろ宮家の当主なんてもったいないわ。今この場で私が食ってあげる。
Damn, Supreme Portal? Yep. George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a two-story building. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way, so it's impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gab spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike to perform his requiem. The final strike of the queen bee that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss. Except she closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up in the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in mid-air, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand. Oh, he's prepared. And his posture was preserved as that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gab's forehead. Oh my god. He got him.
僕が地上の君に飛びかかとを食らわせるために飛んでいたなら、僕の姿勢はとっくに崩れていただろうさ。しかし、僕の姿勢はいささかも崩れない。なぜかわかるかい？
Just according to Keikaku, huh?
僕は初めから2フロア下の君にかかとを食らわせるつもりで飛んでいる。
Maybe?
君の負けだ、お嬢さん。
Miss? The final strongest punch that Cheska had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into a black large hole that was suddenly opened to the— oh no!
No,
they got played! Oh, they launched them into each other. I see. Ay, 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 ay. So Jessica and George killed each other. Oops. Fuck, they got outplayed.
実は全然ピンチでもなんでもなかったの。ごめんなさいね。
Ah, fuck. Jessica's fist had gone through for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. Ay, ay, ay. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and shattered his abdomen. The same destructive power in George's kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its content in the same manner. Holy fuck! Ay, ay, ay. Outplayed indeed.
だって魔女は演技力なんでしょう。ねえねえ、リーちゃん、どうよ。見ててくれたかしら。
リーちゃん That's cute. Very smug.
やるな、筋書き通り。やっぱガープは分かってるじゃん。イエーイ
Beat and Gab casually high-fived each other while the audience claps. Love it. Man, he's pissed. Battle Maria next, I guess.
ありがとうロノウェイ。こっちで美味しくいただけた。ジェシカの死体はそっちに返すわ。二人で寄り添う死体を引き離す。これで第二の番は出来上がり。
I guess. Battle taking it as good as usual. Oh yeah, he never is composed. Cap dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall. And all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room, as carelessly as throwing something into the trash. Man, utterly outplayed. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over the room. Ronobe shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery.
申し訳ございませんね。ジェシカ様、ご忠告は申し上げたのですよ。もっとも、この結末を予見し、聞き入れないと分かっている忠告を重ねる悪魔の醍醐味は、人間には分からないでしょうがね。
Welp. You little sly demon, you.
本当に面白かったわ、坊や。でもあんた、ちょっと言葉遊びが過ぎるわよ。そろそろ反撃してもいいかなが最高傑作あなた、どこかのラノベか何かにかぶれすぎよ。
Come on, they did their best. In the arbor brutally decorated by George and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Cap enjoyed the loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. And as she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck each of the bits and bloodstains and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned bit by bit, and the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards her dead rival? Possibly. The heavens were split, because Cap had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky.
じゃあね、色男。これが本当のゲームオーバー。
Oh boy. Splat! Without a trace of mercy, the foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a bloop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Garp certainly had finished him by her own hand. Liar. Okay, now I can stop. No. No, I said I would stop now and I will. Okay. I have to stop for today. Jesus. It's like midnight. Stop tempting me with the man. Stop! Title. There you go. Oh, I read way longer than I intended to, but I wasn't expecting to be hit. You're really gonna stop right before Nodove's death scene? Joking. Nah. I'll pick up on it next time. Oh boy, I really did go for too long. Let's see. Do I even have anybody to raid at this point? I don't think so, because I'll be going to bed like right away. But let's check. Maybe I'll stay up for like 30 minutes, getting ready for bed. Hopefully Ronobe has left you satisfied. Oh, very much. Very much so. It was all I needed. Fun stream. Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot for that. You know, I think I'll raid anyway. Maybe. I'll stay up for like 30 minutes and then I'll like in bed and then I'll go sleep. Let's do it. Okay. Then I'll be seeing you guys next week on Tuesday. I'll probably be doing some more art. And I think next week I'll pick up Umineko again on Thursday. And Jump King I'll have to see when I'll do. Okay. See you guys. See you next week. Bye bye.